All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this business meeting of the Portland Board of Public Education to order. It is Tuesday, March 19th. We're meeting in a hybrid format here tonight. We have Student Representative Rosado online, and board members Ali and Noor will also be joining us online tonight. And everybody else should be here. So I think a couple of folks are just running a little bit late. But thank you all for being here tonight. Deputy Superintendent Townsend, could you please call the roll?
Good evening, everybody. Member Ali.
Here.
Member Bilyeu. Vice Chair Bondo.
Présente.
Member Bryden.
Here.
Member Figdor.
Here.
Member Grant.
Here.
Member Noor.
She's actually on the not the panelist side of the Zoom, so if we could move her over, that would be great. Thank you.
Member Opperman.
Here.
Excuse me. Student Representative Knight.
Present.
Student Representative Rosado.
Here.
Student Representative Kunku.
Here.
And Chair Lentz.
Here. All right. So now we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
The flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't know if I can.
Hi.
Yeah.
I don't. Thank you. Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand. The Wolastoqiyik, or Maliseet, Micmac, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy, or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and classrooms. The Portland Public Schools is responsible for ensuring a challenging, relevant, and joyful education that empowers every learner to make a difference in the world. We build relationships among families, educators, and the community to promote the healthy development and academic achievement of every learner. That is, as a reminder, the mission of the Portland Public Schools. Additionally, as the board decided in a recent retreat, we're going to add the PPS definition of equity to the top of our meetings. So our definition of equity is that all people are being held to high expectations and have access to opportunities that are reflective of their individual needs, identities, and experiences. Equity is achieved in Portland Public Schools when there are no identifiable differences in outcomes and experiences for any population subgroup. I ask that we keep both our mission and our definition of equity in mind tonight as we move through our meeting. Tonight, we're going to start the meeting with public comment and then move into a workshop on the 2025 budget so that those that are especially here for that don't have to wait through our regular business meeting, though it is riveting and you should stay around if you can. After the workshop, we'll move into our regular business meeting. And I just wanted to make a quick note. We had originally planned to take a longer break for Ramadan tonight between 6:45 and 7:15. The folks that requested that break are able to join us online tonight, so we're not going to be taking that break for this meeting, but might in futures. So with that, I'm going to move us into public comment. To give public comment, you come forward up to this podium or you raise your hand in Zoom. And as a reminder about public comment, members of the public may speak on any subject directly related to the operations of the schools, except for personnel matters or complaints concerning specific employees or students, which shall be addressed through established policies and procedures. If an item is on the agenda, please use the public comment time associated with that item. Comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes or 6 minutes for individuals using an interpreter to make their comment. Individuals may not relinquish a portion of their allotted time to another speaker. The board may not respond to comments, and please refrain from responding in the audience. Speakers must refrain from engaging in disruptive conduct, including, but not limited to, using vulgar and/or obscene language, threatening others using words or by other actions, using pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor, making defamatory comments, exceeding the allotted time limits, talking over or interrupting others, offering repetitive comments, and offering comment on matters unrelated to the school district's programs, policies, or operations. I will stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules. As I mentioned, to give public comment, you can come forward to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom, and you will begin, we ask that you begin by introducing yourself with your name and address. We'll alternate as needed between in-person and Zoom. I'll keep the time, and we'll raise a yellow folder. Let me get my folders out. We'll raise a yellow folder indicating that you have 30 seconds remaining, and then I will raise a red folder signifying the end of your time. All right, so those are the guidelines around public comment. If you'd like to raise your Zoom hand now or come up to the podium, we can start. Yeah, come on up, Carrie. Oh, are you speaking together, Carrie and Jen? Okay, yes. Yeah, that's fine.
Make it work in the 3 minutes.
Beautiful.
Hello. I want to start by thanking all of you for listening. Sorry. Just yesterday, an additional position of math interventionist was proposed back into the budget for the elementary schools, no doubt for some fierce advocacy, and as a result of not only the board's willingness to listen, but your shared commitment to keeping student-facing positions at the center of the work. I'm heartened to see so many here tonight. This is a deep-cut budget year with no easy trade-offs, and where it can often feel like advocacy for one group may cause the loss of another. Jen Cooper and I spend our days deep in spreadsheets. In addition to round-the-clock advocacy, we are desperately trying to get clearer on RIFs, reductions in force in each of the collective bargaining agreements of the PEA, most specifically in this moment to the number of the reductions of EdTech positions. We begin contract negotiations for our EdTechs next month, and even though an increase in EdTech starting salaries is not expressly written into this budget proposal, I want every EdTech in the Portland Public Schools listening tonight to know how much they are valued by their colleagues across the district. I want you all to know that I am stopped many times by educators all over the district who say things to me like, but before I tell you what I want, Carrie, I hope to see the EdTechs get a significant increase in pay, where their starting salary will be higher than a teenager might make it a part-time job, and I love teenagers. I want every EdTech watching and listening tonight to know that in our collective experience as colleagues in the classrooms and in the work you all do every day with students, how much we value the student-facing work that you do. And with that, I pass the mic to Jen Cooper, our EdTech president.
Hi. I'd like to start by echoing the words of Carrie and again thank the superintendent and the school board for listening to the staff of the district. I'm here to begin the advocacy to return EdTech positions into the FY25 budget. We often use the phrase student-facing in the world of education. EdTechs are the embodiment of that phrase. EdTechs are often the staff working one-on-one with students to help them reach milestones that they are struggling with. They assist teachers in the learning that is happening in their classroom, and often the connections that they are able to make allow them to become the trusted adult in schools. Carrie and I have discussed many times the title of educational technician, that it conveys little to the work that we actually do. We've begun to use the more recognizable phrase ESP, Educational Support Professional. The name describes the work we do. We support educational experience for both students and teachers in the classroom that we work in. We are professionals. Many of the staff have degrees and teaching certificates to support the work that we do each day. During our last round of negotiations, the mood felt adversarial. We were told how valuable the work we do. However, we walked away with little to show. The work that we do as professionals has seemed undervalued for so long. This reduction in EdTech staff continues that narrative. With an almost 2-year delay in our last contract, payroll issues still affecting hourly employees, ed techs are tapped and exhausted. Many are working second jobs and can't be here tonight to advocate for themselves. Please show the community you value the work that we do and consider reinstating the positions back into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen and Carrie. I'm going to move to Andrea Levinsky, who is on Zoom.
Hello, my name is Andrea Levinsky. I live on Auburn Street in Portland. First, I'd like to thank you for investing in positions that contribute to the strategic plan objectives 2 and 3 by moving the middle school Make It Happen coordinator positions from grant funded to locally funded, and funding the community school coordinator positions at both Talbot and East End. I'm concerned about the elimination of several positions at the high schools that have to do with community connections and goals 2 and 3 of the strategic plan. In addition to my position, extended learning opportunities, I'm very concerned about the elimination of the special education transition coordinator position and the 0.5 position that helps multilingual high school students transition to adult ed. As you may know, the Special Education Transition Coordinator works with special education students across the district on career exploration and transition planning for after high school, in addition to working closely with the Functional Life Skills Program at Deering on a job skills program. This directly relates to Goal 3.4, expand access to out-of-school time activities and school-wide events across the district so that students' feelings of motivation and inclusion increase. And it's an example of a practice that aligns with the community schools model. Her role focuses on historically marginalized students, Objective 2. The high school adult education coordinator works with about 50 students annually who are going to age out of high school before they have enough credits to graduate. They are mainly unaccompanied multilingual students who are living in the shelter or facing housing security. This position helps students transition to adult education and greatly increases their motivation to continue schooling. This position also directly relates to Goal 3.4 and Objective 2 of the strategic plan. Extended learning opportunities also increase relationships and promote a joyful school culture, in addition to providing access to out-of-school time activities and innovating new programs for students to take part in. It's an example of a practice that aligns with the community schools model. I know I have students who come to school because they have found joy and connection in a program or internship run by me. I work with dozens of community partners and help students access their programming. Additionally, based on the demographics of my programming, cutting it would disproportionately negatively impact students of color and students with disabilities. Additionally, all of these positions are closely aligned with the goals outlined in the Portrait of a Graduate and a Portrait of the School Community in the high school redesign process.
30 seconds, Andrea.
Thank you. As you consider the budget, please don't forget about high schools and the support we have for students aligned to Objectives 2 and 3 of the strategic plan. Without these positions, high school students will lose very important community connections that have the potential to have huge impact on their lives. Please consider further cuts to positions that don't directly interface with students or finding ways to increase revenue.
Thank you, Andrea. Is there anyone that would like to come up next?
My name is Jolie Kalula. Nafandaka na Auburn Street.
I live at,
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
my name is Jolie Kalula. I live on Auburn Street.
Yeah, lelo na ye siko po na ko lobelika ma program oyoyo.
So tonight I came here to speak about a program.
Na ye kusenge pa na bino program oyo bo stoppe yango te.
I'm here to ask if it's possible not to stop the program, which is Make It Happen.
O ezo ede biso, ba parents pezo ede bana na biso.
Because it's helping us, parents, and our children.
Na koko pesa bino example moko.
I can give you an example.
Nga na yebi langi te.
I don't know the language.
Lolenge pe ya kotangisa mwana nga na kati ya ndako. Nazomona nde na koko tangise te.
And I also don't know how to teach my child at home.
Me ba teacher bazo ede biso parce que bana bazotanga malamu bazotangisa bango badevoir balettre babiloko wana nyonso bazoede bana biso.
So my child gets support at school with teacher and the program to help them do homework and read everything they have to read.
En tout cas yango dai kosenga epa na bino bostope programme oyo te ezosunga biso bato toya kikoya awa toza na langue te.
So that's why I'm here to ask if it's possible not to stop the program because it's helping us immigrants who just came here.
Parce que bana na biso na koloba bana nanga lolenge bakomi façon ba professeur bazolakisa bango nanga moko ezolekelanga changement eza makasi pona bana nanga.
Because I see a great improvement with my children.
Oh nazaki nango yango wana, merci beaucoup.
That's all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Coming up.
Hi, my name is Audrey Cabral, and I'm the coordinator for the music department in Portland, and I'm also a band director at 6 schools. But I'm up here reading behalf on someone else who couldn't be here tonight. My name is Dee Tutino, and I am a special ed tech at Talbot, where I have worked for over 8 years. Every day I come to school to support students with their academic and social emotional needs. I maintain a full schedule which entails both push-in and pull-out supports covering almost all grades in our school. On any given day, I must also provide interventions to a number of students in crisis, many of which are not assigned to me directly, but have needs that simply cannot be ignored. As a result, I have no free time and seldom get a full lunch break. As the years have gone by, I have noticed the increasing challenges that have become part of my day. I've also noticed the constant cuts to a system that is obviously overwhelmed. For someone who is passionate about education and the wellness of our students, this is difficult for me to witness. How do I effectively do my job when there are not enough people to handle the needs we currently have? And how does the board expect the schools to meet these increasing needs with even less support? I find this to be very challenging because I know my school is not in compliance with the services that they are supposed to provide. I don't assume our school is alone. That is because there is simply not enough people available to do the work that is required. Instead, we have become emergency responders to those who have the highest need, often forgoing academic support to help manage safety concerns and issues. I fear with the loss of more staff, this will become insurmountable. The loss of ed techs will surely trickle deeper into the classrooms and will impede teachers from doing the important jobs for which they are assigned. Instead, they will become the catch-all for what is becoming deeply depleted student support service. Students in general education will lose valuable time with their teachers, who will not have time to deal with the increasing needs of our most challenging children. Aside from the direct impacts this will have on students, this will surely impact their teachers' motivation to be in a school system that appears to be out of touch with what is happening in our classrooms. We need this board to step up and stand up for the most vital of our staff, the people who are in the schools to provide direct instruction and support children. We need you desperately to ensure our current educational staff does not get burnt out and/or move into other school districts. Portland schools should seek to prevent the current migrations of good and talented teachers leaving PPS or teaching entirely because they are simply overwhelmed. This starts at meetings like these and with decisions like yours. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We're going to do one on Zoom and then you can come up. So we're going to go with Damon Yakovlev.
Good evening. My name is Damon Yakovlev. I'm a resident of Portland. I live on Bolton Street. I'm a parent of a second grader at Rowe Elementary, and we just found out we'll have a pre-care heading to Rowe Elementary as well. So our family will be part of Portland Public Schools until 2038. So in it for the long haul here, and sort of appreciate some of the discussion that's been had about sustainable budgeting. And I think that's something that's really the board needs to take to heart. And I would like to see us not have the level of anxiety we have about cuts to positions and possible larger class sizes. and that sort of worry year on end. So I think, look at sustainable funding sources. I think that's really important. And I know that there are advocates outside of the school community at the municipal level, state level, who are looking at that. And I think it's important that the school board also advocate for that. So that would include looking at local option taxes, looking at ways to make the property tax system more fair. I've talked to the school board about this before, but for those who are listening, if you haven't heard, there are many different options for blunting the impacts of property taxes, which are quite regressive. That is, that they have more impacts on people who are lower income. There's programs that provide relief for seniors from the state, for disabled veterans, and the city has a program as well that provides property tax relief for seniors who are lower income. So I think those programs should be extended. The city's program should be extended to people who are lower income of all ages. And I think with that in mind, you can look at the superintendent's budget as a floor and look at adding positions back with the knowledge that most of the impacts would not be felt by lower income people. And, especially if those programs are extended, those impacts can be further blunted. So I think that, I appreciate the board's discernment, and I think the board should look at adding those positions back. And I trust to the judgment of the board to be thoughtful about that and to hear input from staff and from parents who are thinking about this in the long term and how we can have a sustainable budget going forward. So thank you for your time and consideration of that this evening.
Thank you, Damon. Bobby.
Hello, I'm Bobby Shaddix. I'm a teacher at Rowe Elementary. I live on Candlewick Terrace in Portland. The proposed budget for next year brings a mixture of good news and, unfortunately, disappointment for some folks. With the fiscal cliff faced by Superintendent Scallon and his team, it was inevitable that upsetting cuts would need to be made. I can only imagine how difficult it was to put this all together. Scallon and team have definitely prioritized staffing that is student-facing, as has been mentioned, and in elementary schools. I think this is a smart strategy and will ultimately lay the groundwork, leading us out of these difficult times to where we want to be as a district within the next few years. Prioritizing elementary schools will have positive ripple effects on middle school and high school. Tonight, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude for the actions taken by the team in the budget to address issues related to Rowe Elementary's culture, safety, and level of support in our Breathe program. As you know, Rowe is one of 3 elementary schools in a district that hosts a specialized program for students with heightened behavioral and emotional needs. As it currently exists, our administration dedicates 20 to 50% of their attention and energy on any day to our Breathe program. It creates dilemmas for our school. I am appreciative of the addition of an extra social worker, which addresses the need for additional mental health support within our school community. Additionally, the inclusion of an SEL culture coach underscores the importance of fostering a positive climate and promoting social emotional learning among students. Both of these roles will reach hundreds of students and enable our administrative team to focus more directly on running the school, teaching and learning. Lastly, the proposed staffing levels for the special education department reflect a great commitment to education, or to educators who have been overtaxed and overburdened in this area. This provision ensures that all students receive the support and resources they require. Our staff and parent community have been speaking out for these enhancements for a long while. I thank you for hearing our plea and working hard to provide students at Rowe Elementary with what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi. That's better.
Thank you.
My name is Sharon Magali, and I live at 23 Cumberland Avenue. And thank you for the chance to have this conversation. My daughter goes to the East End Elementary School, which, like many of our schools, is one of the more diverse schools in the state and is in need of more support and services than they are currently getting. I have 2 questions. I am glad to hear that the math interventionist positions are still a possibility for this budget. I want to reiterate this. This math intervention work is crucial and very much needed at the East End School. Our math scores are low and our students need this help. Our school and the other schools with the most disadvantaged populations would be impacted the most by their removal. And my second question is about the literacy interventionists. I am glad for the intention to get more literacy support in the schools. And my question is about how the decisions were made that placed the interventionists in each school. It sounds good to say we are adding a literacy interventionist for each school, but the reality of that is that we are again failing the students who need the most help. From the data I have seen, we have our most privileged elementary school, our whitest, our wealthiest, and our most well-resourced, getting one literacy coach for 5 students that are at a level 1 and level 2 learners. This data is based on school testing and literacy proficiency. Level 1 and 2 learners are missing foundational literacy skills. But for Rylee, who is also getting 1 coach for their entire school, this ratio is 1 teacher to 99 students who are at a level 1 and level 2 learners. For East End, it is 1 to 60, and for Talbot and Rowe, it's 1 to 46 students. These schools are our most diverse, our most disadvantaged, and need the most support. And they are, once again, up for maybe getting the fewest resources. And I wonder how we can justify giving the least support to the schools and the students who need it the most. And I ask the school board to reconsider the distribution and the number of literacy interventionists and to make sure the students that need the most help are getting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone on Zoom. Come on forward.
First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you. My name is John, and I live in 45 Kellogg Street in Portland, Maine. I came here as a parent
Would you
share
come closer to the microphone a
I
little
came here
bit?
as a parent to share with you some of the most important things or challenges that our kids are going through. I have a kid 10 in 10th grade, which is during school, and also had a 2nd grade at Eastern School, and a 6th grade and an 8th grade at Lymore School. With that being said, my kid has developed a lot of support from Make It Happen. And I believe that as we discuss, both are discussing a lot of things to do with the school and the support that the Make It Happen do with our kid, especially the immigrant kid, with the support that they get is really very big for them. I saw a lot of development or increased integration from my kid that have gone through Make It Happen. They were being able to receive help, like homework, which they're struggling with at home. And I saw a lot of improvement on what they do at home. And also some of my kids was able to involve into the business class that was introduced by Make It Happen in school. I think they were able to understand a lot of things as they goes by. And I'm witnessing how they grow, how they understand things by themselves. Not only that, they were also able to participate in taking failing within the communities, which also give them access to learn, understand things outside there. And this is happened through all Make It Happen. And without Make It Happen, it wouldn't be easy for them to understand all those important things. With that being said, I think it is very important if you guys can make it happen, continue, because our kids get a lot of access with a lot of struggling and challenges that they go through, especially me, like a parent. I work like 2 jobs. I don't have time, like sometimes, make it more harder. But with the Make It Happen, I think they always do better and make it more efficient for them to succeed in whatever they do. In conclusion, I just want to say, thank Make It Happen for being very important and be taking part for my children. And I hope all middle school should be able to involve in make it happen. But it all depends on the school. Thank you very much. Those are the things that I felt this should be continue on giving us training for our kids. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Brooke Teller, District Science Coordinator, former Casco Bay High School teacher, and Portland resident at 92 Edgeworth Ave. March is salmon raising in our third grade classrooms across the district. I want to share a few letters I received last week from Rylee. Dear Ms. Teller, thank you for showing us the salmon eggs. I feel proud that you trusted me to take care of them. Thank you for trusting us to take care of endangered species. I really appreciate it. This is our third year raising endangered Atlantic salmon in partnership with Maine Audubon and Fish Friends. PPS has been so lucky to been able to forge such supportive and generous relationships, as Maine Audubon provided much of the initial equipment needed to raise salmon in our schools. Having the time and opportunity to build relationships with local and national partners has been something I've been very proud of over the past 6 years. I want to express how grateful I am to have had the opportunity for teacher leadership in the Portland Public Schools. Having a pathway to leadership other than one leading to administration has allowed me to work with teachers and students while developing our district's first science instructional vision. I've had the privilege of collaborating with elementary teachers to write place-based life science units and to support the initial implementation of Amplify Science units. These experiences have reinforced my belief in the critical importance of dedicated support and coordination for science education initiatives within our district. I'm speaking tonight to express my profound disappointment and concern regarding the recent decision to eliminate most of the teacher leader roles and the integration technology coordinator role. As someone deeply invested in the quality of education provided by our schools, I feel compelled to address the potential ramifications of these decisions on our students' learning experiences and the equitable distribution of resources within our district. I will preface the next set of remarks with the fact that the majority of my district work has been with the elementary grade bands. As we've heard Superintendent Scallon share, the folks at Attuned have said that many of our students in our middle schools and high schools are not performing at grade level. And one factor that impacts this is that we have not historically had a district-wide elementary science curriculum. I'm pleased to say that we are poised to fully implement 3 science units per grade level, K through 5, as well as engaging engineering design challenges through the mobile makerspace. The elimination of this position provides distinct challenges to our ability to implement this high-quality science curriculum. It is essential as we start to discuss alternatives to recognize that simply reading about science topics does not equate to meaningful engagement through scientific inquiry. True understanding and proficiency in science requires students to actively observe, experiment, model, analyze, and communicate their learning while grappling with compelling phenomena. Substituting science instruction with a literacy unit, while perhaps well-intentioned, fundamentally undermines the work we are trying to do to reach our vision. Additionally, the intention to shift the capacity of overseeing science curriculum implementation to the schools not only places additional burdens on already overburdened building administration and their teams, but also risks further eroding the equitable distribution of resources and support within our schools. I have one paragraph.
Take your time.
While I know that our teachers are more than capable of doing this important work, who will be their support, their cheerleader, their advocate for resources and materials? I am worried that we are asking too much of them. In closing, like the third grader said so well, I thank you for trusting me, and I feel proud for what I've been able to accomplish in this role. I hope that we give our students and teachers all that they need to be successful.
Thank you, Brooke. I'm going to go to Zoom now, and then we'll come back to in-person. So, Court, if you want to go ahead and speak.
Hello. As a librarian, educator, and Portland Public School parent, I'm speaking to you today to encourage you to continue to fund the technology integrationist position within Portland Public Schools. I'd like to start by saying that I appreciate the transparency and consideration that's been put into the proposed budget. The focus on minimizing the impact on our students is visible within this budget, and it's for this reason that I'm advocating for the inclusion of the technology integrationist position. As a parent, I want my children's school to prioritize their safety above all else. To me, this safety includes protecting any data that is housed within our district. Our tech integrationist ensures that we fall within the state's guidelines for this data protection, and I fear that without their guidance, their safety could be compromised. This could also have ramifications at the state level if we fall out of compliance with state regulations. In addition to ensuring that these protocols are followed, our tech integrationist has also supported the integration of digital citizenship within our schools. Knowing that my kids will receive instruction on how to manage their digital footprint and data privacy within their schools provides an additional assurance that they're prepared for our ever increasingly digital world. In addition to safeguarding our children's digital accounts, the tech integrationist has been invaluable in charting Portland Public Schools' path forward with artificial intelligence. Whereas many districts and teachers see AI tools like ChatGPT as a threat to our system, the tech integrationist sees it for what it is, a valuable tool that when taught to use responsibly can empower the learning of our students and a resource that is changing the landscape of both education and our children's future careers. Portland Public Schools will be a coveted, forward-thinking district with the integration of AI within the classroom, but I fear that losing our tech integrationists will leave PPS without the needed direction to navigate this new era of learning. So far, I focused on writing this on the position itself, which is essential to preserve. However, I also want to name that our current tech integrationist, Courtney Graffius, is the best person to have in this role. Having worked with her in an increasing capacity these past few years, I can say that she's one of the most tenacious and forward-thinking persons I've ever worked with. Her vision for Portland Public Schools, in addition to the programming offered through computer science classes in our library media specialists, have expanded my own vision for what we can offer students at Portland Public Schools. She's been a reliable advocate for advancing our library programming for students, and I actively seek out her advice and opinion for how to enhance library programming at our middle level. With the speed at which technology world advances, I worry that if we aren't moving forward, we'll be falling behind as a district. Keeping the role of technology integrationist ensures that our students are prepared, empowered, and protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Court. We'll take a couple comments in the room. So whoever would like to speak next, come on up.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cross, and I'm a pre-K teacher at East End Elementary School. I definitely do better in front of 4-year-olds.
I'm Jamie Bort-Kobla. I'm also a pre-K teacher at Rowe, been a pre-K teacher in Portland for 10 years.
We just wanted to clarify something that was in the budget. We want to clarify that there's going to be enough funding in the budget to provide staffing for 5 unified arts programs for all of the pre-K, all of the elementary school classrooms. So sorry. Did that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I do have one after.
Yeah, I just want to, I personally want to make sure that we're not just looking at Portland as K to 12, that we are looking at Portland as pre-K to 12. So as a parent, as a teacher, hearing Damon come up on the internet, I had his daughter Flora. They're saying another kiddo is about to come through. Parents are expecting that pre-K is going to be included, and especially where we're talking about the long run here. So it's really, really important that pre-K is taken seriously and that we are included in the budget and getting all the things that we should be getting in the elementary school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead. We'll do another comment in person and then we'll move to Zoom.
Hi, I'm Meg Rooks. I'm the district library coordinator, and I'm also speaking on behalf of our technology integration coordinator, and asking to urge you to consider maintaining that position in the district. Courtney Graffius joined our district in 2021, and since that time, she's created systems to improve equity of access and to ensure adherence to federal and state student data privacy laws, as well as leading the efforts to build a cohesive digital literacy and computer science curriculum from the ground up. At the time of her hiring, we were one of the only districts in the area without this crucial role. In fact, many districts smaller than ours in the area have multiple tech integration positions. Prior to Courtney joining our district, our libraries were woefully understaffed and most instruction was delivered by our library ed techs. Courtney joined our advocacy efforts and helped us to add 4.5 librarian positions to our elementary schools. So we now have almost one full-time librarian at each elementary school. She knew from working in other districts that librarians can fill an important curriculum gaps around technology and research, providing much more value to a school than simply a promoter of literacy, as valuable as that role is itself. Given that a recent PPS technology staffing audit suggested hiring 3 additional technology integrators for PPS to have recommended level technology integration services, she recognized that the investment in librarians could be leveraged to provide a 2-for. Since that time, and with Courtney's leadership, we have been rebuilding our library programming to become future-ready libraries. Working closely with our district makerspace teacher and other district leaders, Courtney has helped us build a curriculum that includes literacy and research, coding, STEM, digital literacy lessons, and technology integration. We all know the important issues around artificial intelligence and data privacy and how important they are to school districts. Courtney has taken the lead on both fronts. With artificial intelligence, she has immersed herself in learning all that she can about this quickly evolving technology and keeping abreast of how other districts are addressing it. This year, she led an AI work group consisting of staff and students, prepared and presented AI basics to admin and high schools, and collaborated with the work group to create guidelines for AI use in high school, and created an accompanying Using Generative AI Responsibly unit for all students next year and freshmen starting in 25-26. In terms of data privacy, she has set up a review system of all digital tools and platforms that we subscribe to and/or endorse based on its educational merit, alignment with curriculum and instructional vision.
Time.
And that's my time. Oh my gosh.
Would you like more time?
Can I just have like 20 more seconds?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Every district needs a tech integrator at the district level at the very least. This is a crucial role to ensure equitable access to technology. All students need access to these skills regardless of where the future takes them. Students' mental health and emotional well-being are linked more than ever to how and when they interact with technology, and we need a leader at the district level who is thinking deeply about this and working to help our students have a healthy relationship with our online lives. This is so important, and it's a matter of safety as much as it is a matter of equity for our children. Thank you for considering keeping her role. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Okay, we're going to go online now to Priscilla.
Hello, thanks for having me. This is Priscilla Bethencourt. I am one of the social workers for Portland Public Schools, and I'm also the McKinney event liaison for the district, serving around 700 kids who are experiencing homeless. I didn't write anything for this meeting, but I'm really here to speak by heart based on my concerns of the eliminating the position for the Make It Happen coordinator at the middle schools. I recently started to be more involved in the middle schools as a social work and working clinically with those students. And I have seen how Make It Happen in the middle school is so crucial for those students that are experiencing homeless. And I'm really afraid that by eliminating this position, this will impact a lot the work of the site coordinators that are working with the kids. So the coordinator for the middle schools is able to provide snacks, food for those kids who are who is experiencing food insecurity. She connects with community partners to provide experiences to those kids who wouldn't have those experiences if it wasn't for Make It Happen, such as field trips, dance classes. So there is a lot of work that is being done by the coordinator that I'm just concerned that this would affect a lot the work that is being done by Make It Happen for the middle schools, and which is crucial for this population. So I would urge you guys to consider keeping up this position. I was able to watch the board meeting, the budget meeting yesterday, and I was happy to know that there were consideration on expanding the program, but I am also worried that eliminating this position will deeply affect our most marginalized students. So thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Anyone else in the room like to give public comment?
Hi. I'm Fiona Hopper, and I am the Wabanaki Studies Coordinator and Social Studies Teacher Leader for the Portland Schools. I'm also a resident of Portland, and I live at 102 Lincoln Street. Is that like a thing, right? Aren't I supposed to do that? Yes. Okay. And the parent of a child in the Portland Public Schools. And I counted up recently that in my extended family, we have collectively over 100 years of experience in the Portland Public Schools as students and teachers. So lots of longtime Portland teachers in my husband's family. There are so many things that I would like to speak about during my limited time, but I've chosen to just stay in my lane and speak in my capacity as the Wabanaki Studies Coordinator. Though I just want to make sure to say there are so many valuable and important positions that people have been advocating for and that I hope are given your thoughtful consideration. The elimination of the outdoor learning and experiential learning coordinator position compromises the integrity of the Wabanaki Studies curriculum by destabilizing and likely removing the experiential learning components, including on-site experiential learning in the schoolyards and grade level fieldwork. And this curriculum is something I have spent 6 years building in collaboration with Wabanaki advisors, as well as many PPS educators. And we're mid-implementation at this point. So the experiential learning pieces and the fieldwork pieces of the curriculum are just in their infancy. And I don't come from the business world, so this analogy might not work, but you know, when something's in its startup time, it's sort of its most delicate moment. And in order to really let this program shine as brightly as it can, we need to not pull the plug on the startup just at this moment. And having support for experiential and outdoor learning is really critical for teachers who may not have that training. That's not typical pre-service teacher education training. So it does require a lift on the part of already overwhelmed and overburdened classroom teachers. So to take away the outdoor and experiential learning position leaves classroom teachers with no support for implementing the really critical experiential and outdoor learning components of the Wabanaki Studies curriculum. And you may wonder what the connection is there, and I've tried to simplify it as much as I can. That really for students, well, at its core, Wabanaki Studies is about understanding the relationship that Wabanaki people have developed with this place over 12,000 years. It's very difficult to appreciate that relationship if one does not have a relationship with this place oneself. And so to foster relationship building with the schoolyard and with the environment is a critical piece of the Wabanaki Studies curriculum. Those components are particularly important in elementary grades where students need that learning. And can I just have like 20 more seconds? Okay. I want to make sure that classroom teachers are supported, but also just that everyone's clear that the outdoor learning and experiential learning coordinator supports 3,000 elementary students, not only in experiential learning on the schoolyard, but also in grade level fieldwork. And those grade level fieldwork components have really gotten a lot of positive support from our community. So I hope you consider adding that position back in. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Coming up.
My name is Emma Sulis, and I teach 5th grade at Rowe Elementary. I begin by stating that I am in favor of this budget generally as proposed, and it is clear that Dr. Scallon and his team have listened carefully and openly to educator voices throughout this year. They've dedicated an incredible amount of time to bearing witness to the state of our schools, their students, and families. Thank you for such purposeful attention and care. I am sad to share with you that I've never felt as ineffective, inadequate, and overwhelmed in my career as I do this year. It isn't for lack of supportive admin or colleagues, both of which I am so fortunate to have. This is a surprising reaction. And I know this feeling is an outlier because I know I have been a great teacher in the past. I work hard every day to get back there again, but there are so many obstacles in the way. This year, I have 22 students in my class. 1/3 of those individuals are multilingual learners, some of whom are developing literacy skills for the very first time. 1/3 of my class receives or is in referral for support services, including special education, social work, specialized behavior plans, and response to intervention. A handful of my students are also identified under Chapter 104, Portland's Gifted and Talented program. The spectrum of learners is so wide, and I am just one person. Daunting hardly begins to describe the feeling of trying to plan, extend, modify, and accommodate effectively for multiple subjects every day. Needs are overflowing, and I cannot meet them all. In this budget, you have proposed a consistent weekly offering of 5 planning periods for all elementary teachers, an incredibly impactful change considering the many weeks this year where I have had 3, less if a specialist is absent without a sub. You have proposed increased support for literacy through trained reading interventionists. Imagine receiving 5th graders with beginning literacy skills while still having to teach and assess a curriculum based on high-level text, complex written assignments, and research tasks. Reading interventionists will lift an enormous weight from this equation and will have the right tools, time, and training to do this essential work well, unlike my own patchwork effort that is hardly enough to keep everyone afloat. With added literacy support, the one proposed instructional coach now has flexibility to support teachers where they need it. There has been much talk about a single coach meaning a reduction in math support. I feel that is simply not true. Great coaches support teachers with best practice, regardless of the content. I work with incredibly gifted colleagues who lean on each other for support with content knowledge and curriculum implementation. Please trust us as educators to do that work together. Plus, with added literacy support, the door is still plenty open for the building coach to ensure math instruction is thriving. I strongly suggest that this board direct its attention on this topic instead to the RTI process, how and who will ensure there are clear paths to intervention when concerns arise. One paragraph. My colleagues and I want teaching to feel better. Our students need well-equipped teachers if they are going to benefit and thrive. The resources you have proposed mark tremendously hopeful steps to achieve these goals, and I sincerely hope you will prioritize and defend them in the weeks to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I thought I saw a couple other folks that stood up to come up. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Clarice Lima, and I live in 49 Cumberland Avenue. I am here today to resonate this program that have been helping a lot of students and parents as well. Make It Happen is a comprehensive program that enhances children to explore their best. With this program, they can do the homework, they can have dance class, and they can cook class. They can have a cook class as well. As a single parent, I have been struggling with my daughter. She is a 6th grader at King Middle School. And Make It Happen have been helping her a lot with their homework and class dancing and also cook class. For instance, my daughter started a different program. And as a mother, I could notice that she's behavior changed and the score as well. And when she was attending the Make It Happen program, I could see the difference because in terms of behavior and his scores, it was very well when she was doing this program, Make It Happen. I am here today to asking you to let Make It happen for more years. Because what I found with this program is not a single program. I found helping, I found friends. I have been supporting with Jen here. Please don't let this program end. Thank you.
Thank you, Clarice.
Hi, my name is Kate McElwain. I live on Concord Street West in Portland. I love Portland. I'm a proud resident. I have 2 children in the Portland Public School System, well, soon to be kindergartner, and I'm the school counselor at Rowe. I am so grateful to all of you for taking the time to think so intentionally and bravely about a really hard task that you inherited with the budget decrease. And I'm really grateful for your process and for prioritizing the SEL school culture coach at the elementary school level, the special ed director in each building at the elementary level, and most especially the mental health professional at the elementary school level. I'm one school counselor for 490 students at Rowe. And as a mental health professional, the stakes are high. I'm assessing for suicide. I'm helping provide food, clothing, basic resources for our students. We've now had 3 students lose parents this year, and those students show up just for lunch or to play Uno, but it's a safe landing spot. And and these are 3 students that already have unstable situations. So for them to have a safe landing spot and somewhere to go is crucial. We have to do DHS reporting. We have students that have so much trauma in the past that physical aggression is their go-to, and we have to de-escalate them and let them know that they are still good people and we still trust them, and they start fresh every single day. And without those mental health professionals in our elementary schools, we really struggle. So I very much appreciate the prioritization of that. Elementary school is where our students develop their self-concept, their self-worth as people, learners, friends, community members. It's also where they experience society for the first time, really. Like, am I trusted? Do I have peers? Can I lean on other people? And so when elementary school is safe, they feel safe. They grow in their pride, their independence, and they carry that with them at the middle school and high school level. It starts at elementary school. So I really appreciate you recognizing the value of that. I'm so encouraged by the room of passionate people and the that we're surrounded by and the messages that we're getting, that the budget that you've created is solid and it's a base and it's something to grow on. And I want us to encourage us to not just think about this year, this coming year, but the years to come, and lean on city council and state legislators. We shouldn't have to be talking about deficits year after year. We should be talking about how we can build. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katie West. I'm the Outdoor and Experiential Learning Coordinator. I totally had something to say and it's just gone because I feel like what's most important to say, because I can't advocate for anything because there's just so much. And my heart hurts for the loss and the struggle of it all. But I think Fiona was advocating and everything she said is true. And so there's a part of me that feels like it's really important to mark endings in case this is really an ending, is just to say that the part of work that we were bringing was the joyful and relevant. Those that know me well know that I focus on ecological devastation. A parent talked about 2038. I focus on 2050. I think about what the climate will be. As you noticed, many climate scientists are moving to Maine because we're in the last best place. And so the work, I think all I wanted you all to know is that it was rooted really in really helping our students know the resources that they are living within. And we know that 80% of conservationists, and we know that's not a well-represented group, all attribute it to their childhood experiences. And so the drive of the work, just so you know, I understand that may not be able to be kept, was really about that our students would be able to be the ones advocating for that, and that 80% would be more diverse, more well-represented, and that they would be passionate speakers through what they've learned. I just think it's important because this position's been so controversial with like outdoor learning, but it's really not the approach. And the approach has been a deep systemic connection to the resources we all believe we have in Maine so that our children stay here and we can all live together. And the other thing I just wanted to speak about is just that the field work wasn't really field trips. It was based on the Stanford University dosage for what it takes to get kids outside and then become, basically the building blocks. So there would actually be change, because I always say, oh, this isn't like 1990s environmental education, which actually did, unfortunately, not much, except get, people outside and recreating more, but we didn't do systemic change. And so the aim of the field experience is that it was I've just lost my, I see the yellow thing coming, what it did was create a culminating shared experience, shared language, shared narrative, and even shared tradition among all the schools, so that, well, yes, you could go, it's just field work. It's actually a thread that weaves a quality of unity amongst what everyone is doing. And I just have to say, it's so joyful. And I understand with the budget cuts, things, but that I do invite all of the board members, if you'd like to, come see K Fieldwork tomorrow. They've been tapping maple sugar, all schools tapping maple trees, and they bring it to paths, and they get to hear a Wabanaki speaker speak about the creation story of the maple tree. They get to see the sap boiling, and it's so joyful. So even if it's the last one, I invite you to come. I'll send an email later tonight. Can I have 20 more seconds? Yes. And then my last request is, if district-wide fieldwork is canceled so that I can sleep at night for the next 10 years, please do not institute district-wide fieldwork at the Gambo Preserve. I have 25 years in risk management, wilderness guide, and classroom experience, wilderness first aid and first responder. That was a site we set up the infrastructure for every single day and took it down every day so that 500 students could be there and be meticulously and fanatically, I'm a little bit like that OCD, safe. So please do not ask teachers who do not have that background as an expectation that they go to that site. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie.
Hi, Amelia Clancy, 60 Walton Street. I wish I had the time to advocate for all the areas of need in public schools right now, but with my short time, I'm going to advocate for specialized programs. The district currently has, I believe, 5 specialized programs serving, I think, around 70 students. While this is a relatively small percentage of our total population, data shows that meeting the needs of our most vulnerable students benefits the entire school population and in turn the community. I agree with others that we see your commitment in many ways to social and emotional needs, special education, and multilingual. I am the teacher in the Breathe kindergarten through 2nd grade classroom at Rowe, and have worked in the Breathe program for about 5 years. I wrote and emailed you a detailed summary of areas of need and potential solutions, as well as financial considerations. But the one that I would like to advocate for tonight is an increase in specialized program staff. I realize that's bold to ask for things right now. I'm going to channel my students and maybe you'll give me 12 marshmallows. So I am asking for more staff. I'm confident that my data demonstrates how additional staff would benefit specialized programs, schools, and the district overall. In the Breathe Support Program, the district currently uses the ratio of 4 ed techs, 1 teacher, 1 social worker to 11 students. Data shows that when a classroom is adequately staffed, it is safer, students make progress on goals faster, and staff are able to more effectively do their jobs. I know this because of the data that my team has collected over the school year. Due to our current staff ratio of 7 adults to 9 students, this includes 2 one-on-ones, we have not had any major safety incidents in over 6 weeks, and minor incidents have also decreased. To have no major incidents, no eloping off school grounds, safety between peers is increased. It's exceptional. We serve some of the highest emotional and behavioral needs students in the district. So I really just want to drive home how crucial that data point is. We've also not had to call administrators for support in that time. So that's 6 weeks of time that our administrators have been able to support the entire school instead of just these specialized programs. I look forward to collaborating on strengthening these programs to reflect the priorities of the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Taryn Southard, and I am a literacy coach at Talbot Elementary, and I've worked at Talbot for 8 years. I was a classroom teacher for 6, and this is my second as a coach. I first want to say thank you for all the hard work you've done on the budget. I know this hasn't been easy. I truly appreciate how you really looked at every department, every budget line, and really tried to understand where all of that money was going. I also appreciate how you've aligned our budget with our priorities. So I truly appreciate that, and I can see the hard work that you put in. I wanted to talk about coaching this evening, but I know that coaches have really been heavily advocated for at this point. And so instead, I really just want to talk about clarity. As someone whose job is kind of in the flux right now, I'm not sure what's going to happen to my position. I'm feeling so incredibly confused. I don't know what the process is. I don't know who's going to tell me, when they're going to tell me. I'm starting to wonder, like, do I get my resume up and start looking elsewhere? I don't want to be on, the wrong foot of things and not be ready for opportunities that come. I'm willing to go back into the classroom. I'm willing to be an interventionist. I ideally would love to stay as a coach, but what I'm not willing to do right now, and what's really been, it feels like taking up so much time at school, is this conversation of who's going to be cut? Where are they going to be cut? Where am I going to be put? Are junior teachers going to get bumped by senior teachers? There's just, and the rumors have really gotten out of control, to the point where sometimes you hear someone, you're like, no way, come on. So I just want to say, at this point, I just feel really confused, and I would really love some, direction from the district, procedures, and what's going to happen next, and when I'll know. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Yeah.
Laura Rosen, 59 Edwards Street. I want to thank you all again for your hard work on this budget and making really hard trade-offs. At the same time, I want to echo what many others have said tonight, which is that there are so many incredible people and positions that this budget is cutting. And I want to, as Damon mentioned, encourage the board to really be creative in terms of looking for other revenue options. I know there has been some discussion about Maine Care and potentially more services that will be eligible for reimbursement, for example, come this summer. I'm okay with a further property tax increase. I know at this point that's probably a hard sell for the board, but I would encourage you all to consider it, especially in alignment with advocacy for expansion of property tax relief programs like Damon mentioned earlier, because we shouldn't have to be making these hard trade-offs, and we need the will and the creativity to be able to do it all, to be able to have the district that we want and deserve and that our kids need. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Is there anyone else that would like to give comment?
I'll make it quick. I'm Tracy Zager. You've all seen my name in your email recently. I live in Portland. I'm the parent of 2 Deering High School students, and I live at 90 Prospect Street. And I also have had the privilege over the last several years to work with the district math coaches. It actually started with just looking at what should we do in math in Portland as a major equity and achievement initiative. That was the core of it, was the belief that every student in Portland deserves a mathematical experience worthy of the brilliance that they have, rather than tracking kids into old-fashioned and low expectation, boring math. We were going to do something exciting and engaging. And core to our belief was that you can't just buy a thing to do that. You have to invest in people. The people need to be invested in before, during, and after implementation of anything. So we began with professional learning and coaching. Our coaches are all teachers. They're on teacher contracts. And they were some of our strongest math teachers in the district who were so excited to be part of lifting this work in a larger way. And I was asked as a consultant, I work as a consultant, to support those coaches in their work. Over the last many years, our coaches have built wonderful relationships with the teachers they work with in their schools. And so I was freaked out by the original budget because it seemed like we were dropping our investment that we've made in math. I was very reassured by the conversation yesterday about restoring some capacity in math. Not capacity is the wrong word, but a focus in math. So the analogy in my mind is this now is a front burner, back burner idea. I fully understand that literacy needs to take the front burner for a while. We're really focused on reading, and we all support that. I don't like this feeling that the subject areas are getting pitted against each other. No educator wants that. Nobody wants that. The math teachers also want focus on reading. But if we could keep math at a simmer on the back burner going during this time, then we'll be able to maintain the investments we've made and continue to build on them, rather than like emptying out the pot, washing it and putting it away, and then in a few years having to start all over again. That makes no sense to me from an investment point of view. The math coaches, you can call them whatever you want. I just want to say there are three parts to the job. They support teachers. They work with teachers, generally in classrooms with students. They also directly support students through intervention for students who need extra help. And they are a key part of our district-wide alignment and coherence because the math coaches work collectively to identify and solve problems, and they're really good at that. So as long as those three parts are part of their job, if during when math is more back burner, if they're focused more on intervention and coaching our new teachers who are new to IM, because we have large turnover here, right? We don't pay for those new teachers to get professional learning from our curriculum companies. So, I'm out of time. Damn.
Do you need a little bit more?
Yeah,
How
could
about
I?
20 seconds? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So supporting those new teachers, continuing to coach, continuing to work in the district and doing a lot of intervention, and working with our literacy folks to crosswalk the two curricula because there's so much alignment between what we're doing. We talk about this all the time. That would be amazing. I know you all are facing very hard choices in this budget year, but I would just ask that we keep a full-time certified math lead in every building. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tracy. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Michelle Guzzi. I am the Breathe 3-5 teacher at Rowe Elementary. And I just wanted to piggyback a little bit off what Amelia said. I've been in the Breathe program for 5 years, first as an ed tech, then a long-term sub, and now the teacher. And I can confidently say that 85% of my day is responding to crisis and very violent student behavior because we don't have enough staff. I have 3 ed techs, 2 we've worked together since the beginning. They're very trained, very talented. I have another ed tech who is new and she's wonderful. And an open position that has been open since November of 2022. We have been trying to hire. We've given many job offers and they're consistently turned down. I can confidently say that if my room was more staffed with highly trained individuals, I would not be spending 85% of my day responding to crisis and getting hit, bit, kicked, all in the same day, chasing kids eloping off of the building who are in crisis, who are having trauma responses that I cannot adequately support. So that's really all I wanted to say. And also, I think a lot of it would be solved with also looking at the ed tech budget and looking at adequately paying them because, again, I could not do my job without them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Leah Hart. I'm the environmental literacy teacher at Rowe halftime and Rylee halftime. And just wanted to reiterate some of the points made by the other people who have talked so far, especially in the vein of prioritizing outdoor education and environmental education in our school system here. I've had the great pleasure to work with almost 1,000 students this year across the 2 elementary schools, and just see the way that they light up when we're working outside, especially I've done a lot of work implementing the Wabanaki Studies curriculum, and there are outdoor components, as you all know, written into those. And so just seeing the way that they all get to connect with the outdoors and each other. So I'm here to ask you to keep that to be part of our school system, and especially the role that Katie West plays in making this all happen. Her role is incredible. She's done such an incredible job. I have been really honored to work underneath her this year and watch the way she puts together our outdoor learning experiences for our students. The Gambo Dam, like she said, was just, she put so much energy into that, and the students came out of it just glowing. I wish you all could have seen them after that. And yesterday, today, tomorrow, and Thursday, we have students here on site learning about maple trees. Our kindergartners, again, getting to eat ice cream with maple syrup on it is a highlight of their time here in the short time we have them. And it's just a very important thing in a complex modern world. As we look at climate change, we look at the ways our earth is changing around us. These students are going to be in the world in a way that will be much different than many of us have been growing up in it. And so to give them the tools to be responsive to the world around them, not only the people around them, but the plants and the trees and the land, I think is just an invaluable skill. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. And I'm going to go onto Zoom now. Christina, go ahead.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So I'm Chris Knight. I'm at 12 O'Brien Street in Portland, and I have a second grader at the East End Community School. And just super short and sweet, the speaker who just spoke now, and I wanted to thank Fiona and Katie for their pieces as well. Environmental and outdoor education to me is just so critical to underscoring so much of everything that is taught in every other discipline at school. And it builds character in our young children and up. And one of the things that I was most proud of seeing implemented is the Wabanaki Studies program and how it builds incrementally, and not just in the outdoor education and the incredible salmon program, and vitally underscoring for kids hands-on how important caring for our environment is, because that's going to be a critical piece of their lives going forward in ways that we never have had to deal with. But also taking on the topic of Native American history and what has happened here in Maine, and really giving an honest dialogue to that is something I am really excited for my son to go through, and I think is a critical piece of what we need to be doing here in Maine. And I was just really amazed to see it created, and I underscored again the point that you can't undermine something when it's just in the young fledgling of developing. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Christina. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Okay, I see no hands and no people coming up to the podium. Just, okay, movement. No, okay. Catching them. Beautiful. So I'm going to, oh, I missed it. Okay, thank you. Brian, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brian Rounds. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Ocean Avenue, and I'm a Portland resident living at 24 Wellstone Drive. I have, for the past several years, hosted exchange students who attend Portland High School. I I guess I'm still struggling with the idea of wrapping my head around the idea that there are student-facing positions at question here, when in looking at some of the budget presentations, there are things like a senior director of data being added at the superintendent's office, when there's already a director of data. I feel really strongly that that we need to be as student-centered as possible. And I understand the importance of the data team and I support their work, but I'm concerned adding another high, most likely paying position in the central office is going to take away a position that could possibly be student facing. And I really think that that's important to look at a little further. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, anybody else in the room or online? Now is your time. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And I'm going to move the board into a short recess before we come back to the workshop. But before I do, I just really want to extend a tremendous amount of gratitude for the number of emails, the amount of public comment tonight, the ways that you're talking to each other in the community about what is happening with this budget and what is happening in our district. And I think the thing that there seems to be a lot of recognition about how challenging this situation is, but the thing that brings me hope within this is that you're listening to each other. And I saw that repeatedly again and again tonight in this room, and I'm feeling it in the community. And that is just going to be so important to continue because things are going to have to be cut. We just can't keep it all. And so we're going to need to depend on each other to continue to move our district to where we want it to go. So I just say that because I'm really grateful for all of you, and I need all of you to continue in this work with us. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess now. We're going to come back, our 9-minute, yes?
I just want to make sure that people know that we're going to come back to talk about the budget, and perhaps you were about to say that.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. So we'll come back at 7:35, in which we'll transition into the full budget workshop. Okay. Thank you for taking that break to connect with all of the people around you. That was great. So I want to set a little bit of context for this budget workshop and what to expect and how we're going to engage in this conversation tonight. So we have, I have two goals for us during this budget workshop tonight. The first goal, tonight we're going to be joined by Dr. Sarah Warren, who's going to give us an overview to some budget-related transportation information. And then I'm going to move us into a conversation where I hope that each of us can lay out what additions or subtractions we would like to make to the budget. Along with that information, I would like for each of us to propose any trade-offs that you would include to make these changes happen. Trade-offs could include, but certainly are not limited to, an increase of the tax percentage, increased use of fund balance or other revenue, reduction in other staffing, et cetera. Once we have everyone's ideas on the table, I will ask that board members weigh in on the proposed trade-offs. My hope is that the list that we generate tonight will give the Finance Committee the information it needs to start proposing actual amendments, and that the team at Central Office will have what it needs to start doing more math. And just as a reminder to the board, and I think we saw this tonight, our goal is to create a budget that supports our district in the best possible way during some really crummy circumstances. We are all in this together. I hope that we can all be in this conversation with a spirit of kindness, collaboration, respect, and a deep focus on our students. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sarah Warren.
Great, thank you. I could do it.
There, if you want to, there we go.
There we go. Okay, great. Thank you. So, as Chair Lynch shared, I will be talking just a little bit this evening about our transportation budget ask. Before I dive into that, I wanted to provide a little bit of framing, just a reminder of where we're at with the budget process and how that feeds into the transportation proposal. So as we all know, we're here to serve our students, and our approach here is attempting to be as student-centered as possible. And when we do that, it's important to remember who our students are. We have a wonderfully rich, diverse population of young people in our district. And as we look at our transportation proposal, you'll see that we support many of our students, about a third of those students with transportation every day, with a particular focus on our students with special education needs, and particularly specialized transportation requirements, as well as our McKinney-Vento students, a lot of multilingual learners, and then a lot of other students as well who just ride the yellow bus because they live a little bit farther away from school than our walking policy allows. So as we have worked through the budget process, we have been guided by a series of principles, and I think those were a part of the conversation that we were just having with the public. Important to remember that equity is always at the heart of what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that the way that we are thinking about the budget focuses particularly on the impact that it will have on our students. You will particularly see in this transportation budget that we are trying to be really strategic about making investments that we think will improve the work and actually drive down some of our higher costs, particularly related to contracts. So some of these investments are strategically increased. And then we're reviewing everything, not just things that were funded under COVID. And working on building sustainability. So the transportation budget is a step in that direction for us, although as you'll see, it's not where we want to be fully, but it's a step in the right direction. We are in the middle of our strategic planning process for the coming 5 years. We've got 5 key areas of focus that have been drafted thus far. The work around transportation could support a number of these, but certainly equity and the whole student are particularly important within those, as well as our systems. We're working hard to improve the systems that support our drivers, our assistants, and all the folks around Portland Public Schools that help to make transportation work for our kiddos and for our families. I will note that we have a new transportation director. He's not able to be here with us tonight. We will bring him back and introduce him. But Ben is doing great so far. And I think we have one of our drivers here, Bill Lamb. He's a star. And we have just a wonderful team of very dedicated bus drivers, bus assistants, and folks who run the office. It is not an easy job to drive a busload of students through the East End or the West End, keep them safe, keep the cars around you safe and the pedestrians, and deliver them safely to school and back again every day. So we appreciate what all of those folks do in making this run. Okay. So this is the same slide that we had in the superintendent's overall budget presentation, but just as a refresher, you'll see that we are proposing to achieve savings, but it actually requires a slight increase in salaries and benefits. But we end up with some savings in our contracted line, as well as in our bus purchases. We're not going to propose to purchase any buses this year, so you see that fade away. So overall, we get close to $1 million of savings over last year. So just to say a little bit more in detail about what this looks like, and this is in the board budget book, so I won't, go line by line, but just to highlight a few things. Essentially, we're taking some of what we call a 40-40 role. So that's 40 hours a week, both during the school year and the summer. And we're trying to get more of those, right? Because those are positions that are particularly helpful to us, and they're easier to hire for and to retain. And they allow us to keep coverage throughout the year, particularly in the summer when we have to support our special education programming, recreation programming, and other programs. So we would take away the current driver trainee positions, which were only intended to be short-term, as I understand it. That was created before I came to the district, but they were never intended to be permanent. That said, we could potentially bring those back in if we had to, if we were in a bind and felt like we needed those roles to keep our staffing up. The van drivers are a newer thing that I wanted to highlight because we have actually had a couple of folks that are not technically van drivers that have recently been driving vans for us. We did get some new vans through the COVID funding through ESSER. And so that has enabled us to take a couple of people and use smaller vans to alleviate some of the pressure that's on the larger system. Oops. We don't always, how did I lose you? We don't always need a full bus to take kids everywhere. Sorry, somehow lost the connection. Okay, don't breathe. All right. So again, the van drivers just give us a lot more flexibility and enable us to be more efficient in moving some students around. The fact of the matter is that while we have a couple of people just doing that on a more informal basis now, while we sort of play with that model, we're still contracting out numerous routes, and they change all the time because we keep getting different requests for students that we need to meet. But we work with a group called Safe Care. They're great partners. We're not looking to fully get rid of our partners, but we've become overly reliant on them, and we could do more of that busing and van driving ourselves. The assistants are really critical to the work that we do. Right now, we have 11 bus assistants, and they work particularly are dedicated to our special education bus runs. I realized in looking at the budget that we every year have them work for the school year, and then we pay a bunch of them to come back in the summertime. We just pay them extra on a more of a temp basis. So this time we decided to propose that we would make at least some of those positions year-round, which not only we think is logical because they need to be there anyway, and it will serve our summer programming well, but it's also a recognition of the great work that they do, how vital they are to the transportation operations, and will, I think, encourage some retention in a position that's sometimes hard to staff and keep people in. And then we made a few other slight adjustments to positions, again, just really more to reflect the current reality, moving 30 hours to 40 hours. And we're proposing to restructure the office management team. So that's effectively a budget neutral change, but it's restructuring in a way that we think will more effectively capture the roles and functions that we need to run the office smoothly. Ultimately, the non-personnel budget is where we see the savings. Right now, we have about $600,000 worth of contracts that we pay various vendors for out-of-district special education transportation for students who have under the McKinney-Vento Act, have the right to be taken to and from to their school of origin and back home again with our transportation. We use a lot of contracted buses after school for athletics runs. Because of the timing of our schools, our bus drivers are often not finished with their regular runs in time to do the after-school athletics runs. So the shift here and adding these staff would enable us to reduce those non-personnel costs, those contracted costs, by using more of our drivers for runs that are currently contracted. So overall, what does this look like? Because I know talking about 40/40s and 40/30s and whatnot is sort of transportation insider talk, but fundamentally it means that we would have 2 more people to, we would be able to staff 2 more regular routes. So in particular, one of the first things that we're aiming to do is to take back the run that we currently have contracted to the Margaret Murphy Center in Saco. Again, that's an out-of-district special education run. It costs us over $4,000 a week. And so there's, not only because of financial reasons, but we would really prefer that we have our own driver taking our students on that very important run. So that's one of our top goals. And then the other thing is we would be reducing some of the pressure on our yellow bus runs. So with the students who are being moved all around, say, the East End and the West End, we have some buses that are really pretty much at maximum capacity right now. They've got, with little kids, they may have as many as 3 kids in a seat on some runs. So we're reaching our limit in some cases, and we need to be able to have at least one more run where we can ease some of the pressure on those overburdened buses. Again, this will also free some of our people up to do after-school trips. It won't necessarily fix all of that. The only thing that will completely enable us to cover after-school trips is if we had a change in bell times. But for now, this would at least allow us to cover more of those. And then the 30 to 40 hour shift for some of those drivers is just more of a recognition of how things are actually functioning now, and hopefully an incentive for them to stick around. People would really prefer to have guaranteed 40 hours worth of work. And I've already explained the bus assistance. So this is not perfect. It's not where we want to be in the long run, but it's a step in the right direction, I think. And it does try to maximize potential savings while also trying to offer decent services. I think over the longer term, we really need to have bigger conversations around more creative and bolder ideas, like potentially moving middle school students onto the Metro. We've already had some initial discussions with Metro, and they gave us, as you can see, an initial estimated cost of somewhere between $61,000 and $91,000. We need to do a lot more analysis to figure out if that's real, but also to look at what the trade-offs are. The other possibility is that if we put students on, or a number of our students on Metro, we might not choose just to take the savings and pocket it. We might choose to use some of those resources to help create greater opportunity for equity, I would say, in how we look at our walking limits. So right now, our littlest people, the kindergartners, are supposed to be able to ride the bus if they go more than 0.5 miles. So anything less than that, they're supposed to be walking. The same thing with grades 1 to 5, but their cutoff is 1 mile. And then for middle school, the cutoff is 2 miles. So if we moved middle schoolers onto the Metro, for starters, the middle schoolers would all have a Metro pass, and they would be able to, most of them, get on much closer than 2 miles to their house. They would also have that Metro pass all the time, so they would be able to use it potentially to be more active in after-school programming. They could use it on weekends. So there's some potential real advantages to that. We also know that there's some families who are less comfortable with the idea of middle schoolers on Metro, so it's a conversation to be had. And then If we were to move in that direction, we would free up some of the pressure on the system and potentially be able to consider whether we want to change the distances for the kindergarten and grades 1 to 5. Might we want to make it, say, 0.5 miles for grades 1 to 5 or something like that? We do certainly hear a lot of concerns from a number of families that these distances are too far for children of those ages, especially if the parents are not available to walk with them, which is often the case. So those are some of the key issues around that particular issue or that set of issues. And then the other thing that has come up, which we didn't dig deep into here, is going beyond what we have proposed with regard to the bus assistants and actually trying to put a bus assistant on every bus that we run, every route, which would mean significant investment. I would think of it as being, maybe 50,000 per person. So if we're increasing from 11 routes covered up to all 27 covered, that's not a small amount of money, but there would be potentially some significant value in terms of just safety and supporting drivers to not have to be focused on students' behavior and getting on and off the bus. And it would enable the drivers across all buses to be a little bit more focused just on driving and letting an assistant handle some of the other issues. So certainly in an ideal world, that's what would happen. We did not propose that here because we knew we were in a tough budget year. And so we were trying to be practical with what we thought we could put forward, but that's certainly a conversation that folks could have as well. So I'm just giving a quick overview of where we're heading. This is the calendar moving forward, but we are happy to pause here and just take questions.
Does anybody have questions for Dr. Warren? Yes, Board Member Figdor.
Do you know how many of the routes have pre-K students?
I'd have to go back and count again. I think we've got so there's one van that is just pre-K, so the East End Children's Alliance, and then there's one bus, 108, which does the other programs in that area, so YFO. And then we've got pre-K spread across several of the other runs on the regular buses. So I don't have the exact number across the runs, but I can get it for you.
But it's certainly a subset of the 27.
Mm-hmm.
So more like in the order of 6 or 7? Just to get
maybe about 6.
Just a ballpark.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know when we stopped? I know I kind of asked this question on Tuesday, Monday. I'm losing. Today's Tuesday.
Who knows?
It's all blurring.
But is there any information you can provide me in terms of when we stopped having, we called them bus monitors at the time, but bus monitors on pre-K routes? Just it was when we, when we overhauled our pre-K program in 2019, and then we're like working to try and add transportation because we knew it was such a significant barrier. The reason we couldn't do it earlier is because of the cost, because we were including both retrofitting the buses and also adding bus monitors. So I'm just unclear on when that changed. And so if you have any, can help update me, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think, and I'll go back to my notes again, because I've tried to figure this out, the whole trajectory multiple times. It's been at least a couple of years because what's happened is that the program was very small and focused in a couple of locations in the beginning. And when it grew to more schools, it, I think, went from 2 to 4 and completely changed our ability to have focused dedicated buses for pre-K. So we can't, well, I will say that bus 108, which is running to YFO and Catherine Morrill, that is during that segment of time is effectively a dedicated bus. And it does have, it has the little people belts. And so that is sort of a dedicated bus. But in general, for the ones where we're going out to our own schools that have pre-K programs, the only way that we can get the kids there is to put them on buses with other kids. Now, I will say, in looking at what other districts are doing, this is not uncommon. It's actually quite common to put the pre-K on with older kids. They often sit at the front of the bus to be a little closer to the driver and just, easier to see and manage. So it's not unheard of, and it's not uncommon in our peer districts in Maine.
Just one last question on this. Is if we were to get to a place where we could invest in more bus assistance, would you prioritize pre-K, or are you thinking about it in a different way? I mean, I'm sure there's lots of needs to address, but it sounds like there's been some instances in which pre-K kids haven't gotten where they need to go, and certainly I can understand they're very little people and might need more support. So I'm just, when you're thinking about it, if we're not able to add a bus assistant to every route above the 11, how would you look to prioritize?
Yeah, I mean, I think putting an assistant on where there are pre-K kids makes a lot of sense as a starting point. I don't think that, we haven't had a huge number of those incidents, and I think we've talked a lot and are still trying to put in place some better systems to support making sure every kid is on and off at the right place. There are things like sort of creative tagging, or making sure that we've got a check on and off system that's really solid, so that the family is clear, that they've got the kid. I will say, every day, we're transporting all these students, and more often than not, what's happening is we'll find we get to a stop and the pre-K parent may not be there. And so it's almost every day we're having to take a pre-K child back to their pre-K program so that they can be picked up by the parent. So the drivers are pretty aware of who the family is, who's allowed and not allowed. If they don't see the appointed, guardian there at the stop, they won't let the child off. They're very protective of the kids. So when I'm sitting on the covering the radio in transportation, as I've been doing lately, we routinely get calls where the driver will say, "Can you call the family?" We try to call. If we can't make a connection and the family doesn't come out, we send the child back to school, and then we call the school and tell them they need to help us reconnect the child and the family. So that happens a lot more, I would say, by far than us actually, having a kid get off in the wrong place or not get off.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great. Other questions about transportation? Yeah, Board Member Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Warren. My question has to do with one of the early slides in the presentation with the savings.
Yeah.
So my question has to do with the, and I appreciate looking for savings under every rock and cranny. I really appreciate it. Yeah, right. Thank you. So the contracted services, the reduction of $200,000, super. It's still a $1.3 million spend.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in hearing what other opportunities there are, either for fiscal year 25 or 26, 27, to get that number down lower.
Yeah. And sorry, I should have explained that a little bit more because it doesn't look very impressive, I know. So when you look at that total contracted amount, that actually includes the amount that we pay Metro for the high school students. It includes the amount that we pay for our crossing guards, which is another significant contract. It's got the money that we pay to South Portland because we don't have our own maintenance facility and garage here. So we pay money to South Portland so that we can take our buses down there for maintenance. So all of that is wrapped into that contract line. So the part that's actually the out of district and the McKinney-Vento and the athletic stuff is really more like 600,000. And that's the part I would be most looking, not that we couldn't work on getting some of those other costs down as well. I mean, Ryan and I have talked about whether there are ways to somehow be more efficient around the crossing guards or whatever. We should look at all of it. But I think it's really that 600K that we're trying to get at. And it's quite possible that if our theory works here, if increasing our staffing succeeds, we may actually be able to achieve greater savings than 200. We were being a little bit conservative because we did not want to set ourselves up for failure by taking away too much of the contracted money and then not being able to hire enough drivers or assistants and then ending up in a bind.
Appreciate that.
Got to be able to run the buses.
Yeah, and I asked about the crossing guard contract last year during the budget process, so I so appreciate you paying attention to that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Student Representative Knight about transportation, and then Vice Chair Bondo.
Yeah, super quick question, and it's kind of more of a hypothetical, but we were talking about potentially getting middle schoolers bus passes. And there, of course, is the worry that some parents aren't comfortable with that. Would it be able to operate somewhat like field trip forms where parents would have to give consent for their child to be able to obtain a bus pass? Like, is that a possible avenue to solving?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I've heard people say, well, what if we only put 8th graders on? Or, what are other ways we could maybe try this?
Yeah, I'm just throwing out hypotheticals of if I was a parent, I'd rather sign off on my kid getting a bus pass.
Right. No, I appreciate that. I think that it's a possibility. The challenges in terms of the planning and the budgeting, that it's sort of we're all in or we're all out, because to achieve the efficiency and the savings we want. Well, if we only put some of the middle schoolers on the metro, but we still had to transport the others, we still have to run all those buses, basically. There might be a way to get some efficiency in savings, so it's not out of the question. I think we should continue to, analyze and think creatively. So yeah, it's possible.
I never took the bus.
Yeah.
I walked to school, so I have no idea how the buses here run.
I took the bus my entire life, and yeah, it's a journey.
Thank you.
If I could have taken the metro, I would have.
Vice Chair Bondo?
Chair, I just have a few clarification questions do you have on the top of your head the number of the route we have for out of the district? I mean, school, then we're sending some other students to different districts.
No, I can get something for you. It's honestly, it changes literally every day.
Okay.
Because of the constant shifts. Some of it is in the special education out of district assignments, here and there we'll add a new assignment, but a lot of it is the students on the McKinney-Vento runs, where that changes, but I can give you an estimate. I don't have it off the top of my head.
The reason I'm asking, I try to see if there any challenges between, when we have to send those students to those schools with the time, when the school starts. So just see if there is any challenge between our own route and when we need to guide those students to those places. Are we facing those challenges?
Yeah, sometimes. For example, we have a student in an out-of-district program that we take up to New Gloucester every day. And usually it's fine. We send him in a van and it works out. But every now and then our schedule doesn't align to their schedule. And then we have to figure out what to do. The Margaret Murphy run is every day with some very limited exceptions throughout the year. So over the February break, we have 2 bus assistants on there, even though it's a contracted run. Both bus assistants got sick and most of our other people were on vacation, but Margaret Murphy was still running. So we had to get our students there. So things like that can be very challenging. And sometimes it's the time, when we have an early release, that doesn't mean that our partners have an early release. So yeah, the schedules don't always align, but we figure it out.
Okay. And are we all well covered with all out of school activities like a sport, and our student has to go to different districts? Or are we because I see the field trip contracted, then we don't have anything budget on the FY25. So are we going to cover in our own, or play out?
Yeah, we already do a lot of the field trips ourselves, but we have to put limits around it. So we have to make sure everything fits within our own sort of belt time schedule.
Okay.
So we tell the schools that we can't take a field trip out before 9:15 in the morning, and then we have to get them back before we start our afternoon runs. For the afternoon activities, our drivers can't really leave before 4:15 in the afternoon, which really doesn't line up with our athletics trips often. And that's where a lot of the contracted runs come in. We end up contracting just because the students wouldn't get to their games on time if we waited for our drivers to be done with their regular routes. If we add some drivers, hopefully, we'll have enough people on hand that we can just start driving more of those.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last question about transportation from Board Member Opperman. Is it transportation related? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. It's still the metro for middle school is still hypothetical at this point. But there were questions from parents and teachers about special needs students and in the middle school. And hopefully, how would that would be a consideration to think about when you're doing it. I'm a proponent of this because my own children took the bus, the metro, and many, many years ago in fifth grade to go to a piano lesson after school because I was a teacher in another district and couldn't be home in time to transport. So it's not for parents who are concerned, I understand, but it's not a horrible thing.
Yeah. And I should be clear that if we were to go down that path, we would continue to transport students with special education, specialized needs, and where it's relevant, McKinney-Vento qualified students. So some of the McKinney-Vento qualified students would probably be better off on the metro at that point. But for those that were going much longer distances, we would still need to transport them. The way it works with the high school students that are, taking the metro is we still have a number of high school students we transport, but it really does zero in much more on the specialized transportation.
Board Member Victor, last question about transportation.
Thank you so much. So this is a pretty detailed question about potentially moving middle schoolers to Metro. Can I go forward with it now? Okay. It seems appropriate because you're up here, sure. Dr. Warren.
Yeah.
I'm still interested. I know in ideal circumstances, we would take more time to work with the community and our staff on whether we could move and middle schoolers to Metro and what the start time, how that would change bell schedules. We're not in anything like ideal circumstances. And so in response to a question I asked about this a couple of weeks ago, I understand that we started to think about some options. So I just want to raise some additional issues. So right now we have 4 elementary schools that start at 7:40. And I wanted to see why we couldn't move those early start elementary schools to 8 or 8:10 or 8:20. So again, like thinking if we're just looking for 2 times, 8:20. Board policy prohibits us from moving middle school start times any earlier. As you probably know, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, secondary school should not start before 8:30 at the very earliest, given the science of adolescent development. And the board recently passed a policy that moves start times to for all middle schoolers other than all secondary students other than PATHs to 8:20, but committed us to further work to move start times later. So we definitely aren't in a position to move middle school start time any earlier than 8:20. So I looked at the numbers and there are about an equal number of elementary school students in those 4 early start elementary schools as we have middle school students. And of course, like as we just discussed, we'd still need to transport the middle schoolers who have additional needs. But would we able to, why couldn't we make that change? Because it seems like a pretty simple fix. I think that our schools with a 7:40 start have challenges with attendance. because it's such an early start. We've heard for years and years about from families about how that early start is really hard for working families. So would it be feasible to essentially, move middle school students to Metro and move the early start elementary schools to start around 8:20? I read from Dr. Scallon that you need like 50 or 60 minutes between.
Could I just interject really quickly that we don't try to answer that question right now and that we bring it to finance in part of a bigger conversation, just because I want to get us to the point where we're talking more generally about the budget. So can we flag that for finance to look at the actual numbers around that? Or do you just want like a off the cuff, like
I just don't think
feasibility?
I don't think it's for finance. If the staff can take it back and come back to finance, that would be awesome.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there may be just a quick clarifying question that may make it a really simple piece. Could you, for clarification, I just want to make sure I follow the proposal for high school time and middle school time. Can you just clarify in your proposal what it would be?
Right now, both of our middle school students and high school students all start at 8:20 with the exception of PAS. So it's not changing that.
Gotcha. So the quick answer in the initial conversations with Metro was that Metro could not accommodate both our middle school and our high school students at the same time. And so the driver, one good trade-off may be to move our elementary schools later. The challenge is that Metro didn't feel like they could accommodate both middle school and high school at the same time. So part of the question was, how do we separate those? And I think they felt like, and Dr. Warren would know this probably better off the top of her head, but I think it was something like 45 minutes to an hour that they needed between. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, that was the ideal for them. And for us, it's similar. Like we need at least between whichever tiers we created, we would need 50 to 60 minutes to make it run smoothly on the transportation side of things.
So I think what we would like to see in finance then is the feasibility of moving middle school to Metro this year and what the other implications would have to be around that. Is that correct, Board Member Fictor?
Yes, thank you. And just being cognizant of our board policy that prohibits us from moving middle school or secondary or high school any earlier than it is.
Beautiful. And just want to say out loud that we also have a pretty big superintendent update tonight as well. So I am going to be a little bit more active in driving this conversation so that we can hold it to approximately an hour so we can get to the rest of the meeting. So transportation, we're going to end that. Thank you, Dr. Sarah Warren. And Student Representative Knight has requested to give her remarks now. Their remarks now so that they can set the tone for this conversation, and many of the things that they need to say are budget related. So please take it away.
Yes. You want me to go to this, right? The pedestal?
No, you do right there. You do right there.
Yes. I should have been a stand-up comedian. So I represent PATHS as the general spokesperson. And before going into this, I want to also make it clear that while I represent PATHS, I spend most of my time with the Portland PATHS students on the bus because it's like a 20-minute bus ride for some reason. So to be clear, some of this overlaps with Charlotte's. Whoops. But I want to begin this meeting my remarks by saying that the budget is never an easy thing to make. And I recognize that as someone who does not have a lot of experience with wide-scale budgeting, that my opinion and the opinions of the student populace will be taken with a grain of salt. However, I want to make it clear that a lot of the things that the students have to say are because they directly impact almost all of us. PATHS is kind of like a trade school-ish. I don't know how you would exactly describe it, but every student that goes here is someone who is committed to one specific future program. It means that there is everyone in biomed wants to be a doctor. Everyone in new media is planning to be either active in that field or to do film or to do editing, right? Every person who is in a program wants to work in that program, or at the very least, use the skills they will learn in this program for their life. And so when the past students found out about the extended learning opportunities program being like the position of the advisor or whatever you would like to call Ms. Levinsky being cut, the outrage and offense, I suppose is one of the words I would use, was extreme. There's been a lot of pleading and a lot of kind words saying this will affect us as the teachers. And I wish I could say that the student body is asking for changes. They are not. They are demands. People are furious. I know at least a third of the biomed class who was planning on using several of the internships offered through Ms. Levinsky to further their biomed experience, to earn credit. I myself have used Ms. Levinsky's position to to have an internship for my future career. And to add not only that, but then the fact that there are cuts being made to, say, ed techs or to people who are supporting our lowest, like not our lowest, but our most vulnerable, the people who are the most likely to need the support from all of these programs. These are the people who are already suffering from Portland as a city. The people that we are taking these resources from are suffering. At the beginning of this meeting, you opened with a statement, Ms. Lentz, about equity. And I want to know if equity is one of our goals, because if we are taking resources actively away from the people who need them most, how can we claim to be equitable? How can we claim to want to better students' lives when not only we take things from students who are actively going into the workforce, who are actively trying to make a career for themselves, who have moved here from other countries and are trying to learn our language, and how can we take things from them when things are being taken from them nationwide? How dare we? How do we have the audacity to take more from these people? There are people in my school who have lost so much and have come here in an attempt to gain. And now we are taking again. And I am someone who comes from a lot of privilege. I'm a white passing, pretty person in a society where being white passing is maybe, and I've never needed to learn another language. I have never had to struggle the way that most people have. Look at Portland, look at our diversity. How dare we take things away from these people who have done nothing but try and better themselves? To my knowledge, Portland is or was a sanctuary city. Is that incorrect? And we still are? How dare we take away that sanctuary? How can we look at these people who we have sworn to help? We, every meeting, are here to better the lives of children. How dare we take away any of the basic things that make these children happy? Regardless of happy, how dare we take things away like the oh God, I'm blanking on the name, but it helps immigrants learn English. How dare we take that away from people? Who gives us a room of people who have not struggled intensely? And I will not speak for everybody on this board. I want to make it very clear because I do not know all of your histories. But looking at this board, looking at this room, we have not struggled like some of these people have struggled. We have not. We have not suffered like some of these people have suffered. How dare we take away their ability to succeed here? It's not even succeed, it's survive. None of us whose only language is English would be able to survive in another country that didn't have English as a second language. We are extremely privileged. How dare we? I know off of the top of my head at least 10 different people in paths. And I want to make it clear that I am only in one program because that's how paths works. I know 10 people in different programs than the one I'm in, excluding my class, excluding them. 10 people off the top of my head who go through crisis a lot of the time, who have disorders, who English isn't their first language. How dare we? What? There is, in taking away several of these opportunities, I understand budget cuts are necessary, but you cannot take all of this away. If we're cutting Ms. Levinsky's position, okay, who's stepping up? Who is replacing this? Who is giving the opportunities? Which teachers, which guidance counselors, who is going to be making this effort to give students the information they need? I joined Ms. Levinsky's Extended Learning Opportunities Google Classroom freshman year.
It's amazing.
It's really incredible.
So much on there.
Yeah. And I just want to make sure that we keep moving. So about another minute would be great. And also,
I can do that.
Next up, you'll hear how board members have been thinking about which things to keep. So go ahead and take one other minute.
I just want to make sure that even if I understand that cuts are necessary, they are so necessary because this is a hard time to be in. But for the things that are so essential, I want us to remember that equity and a good future is what we are promising. So someone else needs to step up. If we are taking away the official position, where are those duties being delegated to? Who is going to do it? There's more I can say, but I will leave it for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Representative Knight. And so now what we're going to do is we're just simply going to go around, and I'm going to start with Board Member Bryden, and we're just going to go around the horseshoe. And specifically what I would like to hear from people, as much as they are able to be specific, is what are the things that you are thinking about adding to this budget? What are the things that you are thinking about cutting from this budget? And what are your trade-offs that you're thinking about? Just a procedural kind of framework on this. So this is just merely to get a lot of information out on the table so that both the Finance Committee can continue to work on this and the central office can continue to gather data as needed. We're not making formal amendments here. This is just helping us focus on what are the places within this budget that we're going to continue to have conversations about. Any questions on this part of the conversation on this workshop? All right. Board Member Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm actually going to, so I feel like it's a really organic or natural segue from what Representative Knight was talking about, because I feel like there are a number of positions where, in order to be able to confidently state my opinion, and so like just I'm laying out questions, right? So that so I have the information that I feel like I need to be able to make the ultimate decisions that I'll need to make. So specifically around a number of the positions that are at, potentially going to be cut, I want to have a better understanding of the tasks that are being done today, which of those tasks will be able to be absorbed by other roles and which would not, because obviously not everything can be absorbed by other resources that are remaining. So specifically, for example, I feel like we, as a finance committee, got a really good explanation of that for the math coaches. And so I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling confident in my understanding of what's happening with the math coaches' work under the budget proposal. I have less confidence in terms of what will happen with the work currently being done by the ELO coordinator, by the 0.5 Make It Happen middle school coordinator, what's going to happen to the work being done by the experiential and outdoor learning coordinator, the technology integration coordinator, also the special education transition strategist, the high school adult education coordinator. I want to better understand where that work is going, if it's going someplace. And I also want to better understand some of the, for the list that I just gave, the context. And I think that all of us and the community would benefit from a little bit more context around the thinking of, yes, this particular set of tasks is not going to be absorbed directly by other resources, but here's why we feel like it's the right call. So just a little bit more context around that. Moving into the category of trade-offs. And so back of the napkin, I feel like what I listed is maybe $500,000. I would like to see main care reimbursement discussion around how that might be able to be increased for fiscal year 25. If we can figure out the crossing guard contract issue, that'd be great. I'm also hope springs eternal on benefits, hoping that number might come in lower than we're expecting, and also willing to entertain some discussion about using the levers of maybe going up to 6.9 on the tax impact or using reserves. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Bryden. We're going to go to Board Member Opperman and then back to Board Member Noor.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I feel this whole process very painfully because I've been on the other side of this process and know how difficult it is. And so I was trying to, in my mind, go through a few things that I felt were important. One thing that I felt I was most concerned about is not increasing beyond what we've already stated as our percent. I wish we could have a margin that even more that would be helpful and decrease it marginally. I won't say specifically on that, but if we're looking at trade-offs, I guess before I say that, the student population is pretty much decreased only by 3%, okay? And the economically disadvantaged has increased by about 25%. It was 10 years ago, 45%, it's now 56%. Inflation today, in the same period of time, $1 10 years ago is now $1.30. So, and then looking at all the budgets, I went back with 10 years of budget books to say that our budget has increased beyond the inflation but the student needs have increased, even though the number of students haven't increased. So this is this piece. So to say that we need to have needs for the students is absolutely critical. I understand for the most vulnerable, absolutely. What I do want to make note, though, is for people who are under 25 years of age, their income is smaller into the neighborhood of 35 to 45. That's a reasonable income. But if you're trying to get ahead and get a career and have a place to live, their expenses. So we talk about buying houses. For people above 65, it is the same thing. It is about $45,000 a year average. And these are the retired school teachers. These are the retired bus drivers and the grandparents of students who are now here. So that is my reasoning, saying we can't pile on additional money. So just to be very careful about that. That said, everything we've cut, student-wise, academically, particularly for me, academically, is painful. And I agree with Ms. Bryden that, what's going to happen with the math coaches, I want to make sure there is math. And it's being kept going at some pace, even as we accelerate on reading. I want to see us keep those important SEL type positions. Couple things I looked at the budget trying to tear it apart, and I looked at the high schools. They're already going to be taking a cut in personnel, I guess is the plan for the principals. And we're adding individuals that are school culture coordinators, which are people that are experts or at least educated in helping to deal with conflict, or individuals that are not familiar with the system. We also, and in the back of my mind is saying, this is our proactive restorative justice type people. We also have 2 vice principals at each high school. And not to say anything about these individuals, but therefore 4 individuals that I think should be doing approximately the same job. Okay. The difficulty is, can we do it with 3? And I'm not saying cut 1 here or there, but that would be one place that I would try to find a bit of savings, is to say, let's have an account of exactly what kinds of jobs the vice principal are doing. Because actually, in my experience, vice principals were culture people, not just give you a detention type people. The other piece, I am a big proponent of Make It Happen. We have a lot of counselors we have 5 counselors in each high school that are helping each about 150 students apiece. Make It Happen is actually doing some of that work in coordination. We had a good conversation last night about that. I would like to see is it possible to decrease 1 counselor at each of the high schools? Not the Make It Happen person, but the individual that might, and then have more collaboration going on among that group. And the third thing is, can we have the executive director of Foundation for Public Schools be paid from Foundation for Public Schools funding? Much like the other people within that group. So those are the savings that I'm looking at. If other people want to add things in, these are places you might look for it. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Board Member Opperman. We're going to go to Board Member Noor next, and then Board Member Figdor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. So one of the things I wanted to focus more on or hear more about, as Board Member Bryden said, was the positions that are eliminated and where the roles are exactly going. I'd love to see more about that. Specifically the math coaches and Make It Happen coordinators. Specifically, Make It Happen is on the forefront. I think it's doing so much amazing work, and I'd love to see that happening more. Even after our conversation yesterday, hearing all the things that they have accomplished and all their goals, I'd love to see that expand, hopefully. Some of the trade-offs, it's hard. I was going to say nothing, but I think maybe looking into going into our reserve, seeing how much we can go without hitting our limit, and maybe even increasing the tax. I know that's exactly the opposite of what Board Member Offerman said, but I think that's something worth looking into. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Noor. Board Member Victor?
Thank you. I had some of the questions that Ms. Bryden had regarding how we are going to continue to do some essential work after cutting positions. I think you mentioned this, but one of the, I'm also interested about the ESOL specialist, which is transitioning ESOL students to adult ed, and I'm not sure if that's the same as the adult ed. Yes, okay. Okay, so the things that I am looking that I would like to add back to the budget is I have clarity that I want to add back the half FTE overseeing the middle school Make It Happen program. That program is really essential, and as we heard yesterday, it's critical to meeting the needs of our newcomer students, and the program has a great track record, and I can't support cutting the oversight of the middle school program. I also would, I'm concerned that we're losing a lot of academic focus in the new structure. We lose the whole curriculum team. We lose a senior person on the superintendent's executive team whose expertise and charge is teaching and learning. And so I would like right now on each of the network teams, there will be a director of academics, so director of elementary academics on the elementary team and a director of secondary academics on the secondary team. I would like to make that 2 positions. So there's a director of elementary STEM and a director of elementary humanities, and the same in the secondary school. So director of secondary STEM, director of secondary humanities. So we do not lose the 7 years of investment that we have made in building building visions on each of our curriculum areas, having content area specialists, ensuring that or aligning throughout the K through 12 years, having coherence, and all of that work. If we don't have, I think it's not realistic to think that one person can focus on every content area, and I don't want to lose the investments we've made. So that would be an additional 2 FTEs, 1 on each network team. I'm very concerned that we are not adding interventionists slash coaches at our highest poverty schools, that we've added them, that our highest poverty schools were already employing interventionists and coaches to reduce the achievement and opportunity gap using Title I funds. And so I worry that we're supplanting, we're instead using local funds to add interventionists at our schools with the least poverty, suggesting that we're moving Title I funds essentially to our lower poverty schools. So I want to ensure that we're not doing that, and that we're meeting the requirements of the Title I program. And I definitely don't want to pit literacy versus math. I want to add math coaches. And you can call them math leads. These are people who, as Ms. Zager was saying, would be focused on the work that coaches do now, which is working with students, doing intervention, working with students and teachers in classrooms, and doing the coordination that needs to happen. My priority would be first to add those dedicated staff, so not making reading interventionists, math leads, but adding new staff back into the budget at our highest poverty schools. So we're actually adding capacity or at least meeting the capacity of those schools. For instance, I know that Rylee had 4 interventionists this past year, and in this budget would only have 2. And then lastly, I am very concerned about losing the experiential part of the Wabanaki curriculum. I don't see how we continue the Wabanaki work without the connection to place that, as I heard Fiona Hopper and Katie West talk about tonight, and as I understand their work, is the core of that work, is the connection to place. That's the work that happens in the schoolyard and on the trips, like to the Presumpscot River. I definitely don't see a way to do that with absent the staffing, as we heard tonight, that there would be some really negative repercussions of doing that. And I don't see how you move forward the Wabanaki curriculum without that. So I want to add, I don't know if that's 1 FTE or less than 1 FTE, but I want to ensure that we can continue moving forward the Wabanaki curriculum, and that would mean adding back an experiential coordinator in some capacity. In terms of places to find money, I'm interested in transitioning our Chapter 104 program into a screening program only. So we would have 2 or 3 Chapter 104 teachers who would identify students for the program, inform their teachers, and help teachers develop the capacity to meet Chapter 104 students' needs. I've had 1 or both of my kids in Portland's Chapter 104 program for the last 8 years. And while I really appreciate all the teachers who are part of the program, I don't think it's meeting students' needs. And I think that money could be used to more effectively meet our students' needs. I think there are 5 or 6 Chapter 104 teachers now, and so I'd love clarification on the actual FTE number. On Maine Care, the state reimbursed us $430,000 in FY20. That was the first year that we established the BREATHE program. And then COVID hit, and we haven't recouped as much money since. And this year we're planning for 0 so far. As we heard from Dr. Scallon, the state is looking to modify the reimbursement process to make it easier. And I'm confident that we can put the systems in place to not leave this money on the table. It seems crazy to just leave money on the table for services that we're providing. And I know that Dr. Scallon's really focused on systems and processes. And so I would like to conservatively budget. Since the budget for our BREATHE program has increased, it's an even smaller portion, but I'd like to conservatively budget $500,000 that we're going to recoup from the state. I also believe that we need to get more concrete about structural changes that we would put in place for next year. So really a board commitment to changes that will make in order to reduce the overall cost of education in Portland. I think there's a huge opportunity at our middle schools because we currently have 3 middle schools. Our middle schools, each grade has 2 teams. So that means there's 6 middle school teams per grade across our middle schools. And we do not have enough students to have 6 teams. We have enough students to have 5 teams. So I would like to think about moving to 5 teams. That's 18 teachers. Across the 3 grades, we could use some of those teachers to better support our middle schools. And then overall, we could have those other positions meet our kids' needs outside of the middle schools. So I think we effectively aren't, we're way under capacity. So let's rejigger our structure so it actually meets the number of students that we have. And in doing so, we can better meet our kids' needs and And then lastly, because if we are able to commit to decisions like that, one more is I also think we should redistrict for the elementary schools. Like we heard tonight about the challenges of, for instance, buses on the peninsula. Our buses we need to run more buses because our buses, three kids are sitting in one seat. Rylee is now our biggest school for the first time. If we redistrict, we could distribute our resources more evenly across the city. And I think we would see some savings in that. But the bigger issue for me is that the system right now is inequitable. We have a school like Longfellow that doesn't have the same demographic profile as our city or the rest of our schools. And so we're trying to create a equitable school system on an inequitable structure. So I'm curious about cost savings that could come into play if we had a more equitable structure. And then, so I think I started to say, if we knew we were making some of these, I think the cost savings on that are going to be less concrete now. But certainly if we were going to change to 5 teams per grade at middle schools, we would know that we could anticipate some amount of those savings. And so I think we could then use more of our reserves, like substantially more of our reserves this year. I also would be comfortable with increasing the tax rate if we're not able to use these other potential funding sources.
And do you have a ceiling on your tax rate?
No, I think it depends at looking at, I'm curious, I guess my one last question is curious, like in this process where Dr. Scallon is on, I know when a budget of this size is proposed, issues come up. So I'm assuming that the superintendent might have tweaks that he needs to make. So I don't know at this point what's in front of us.
Great. Thank you for that. Board Member Ali.
Hi. Sorry, my camera is off. I'm just battling with a really bad cold. So after listening to the community members, teachers, and parents, I want to go back and discuss the support that students with needs are getting and what they need and how we're staffing that position. It was really hard to listen to the person who spoke about having to basically be in a reaction mode at all times. That is not fair to anybody in that situation. And I don't understand the reimbursement with the BREATHE program, but I would like that money to be used maybe to help, especially students with needs, meet the staff capacity that they need. Additionally, I really like the idea of middle school going to Metro. I think that is a smart move, considering we talk about safety and all. Also, I would like some math to be still talked about or taught and not be put in the back burner instead focus more on reading. I think that is that just goes against what we are trying to do. Additionally, I think science for kindergarteners, the earlier we introduce and build the skills for our kindergarten population, the more we have students who are capable of coming into middle and high schools prepared and exposed to the content that's being taught. So again, we're not dealing with just reacting to a lack, but building on skills that we already introduced early on. Also, I agree with Board Member Bryden, I think, said we should discuss how we are allocating staff and the population in schools and how we're thinking about needs versus staffing. Sorry, there was one more thing. Oh, and I hear us discussing students moving on to Portland adult education, but I haven't heard much talking about what the condition is like there and what the needs are, and how we are supporting that vulnerable population as well. So I would like more discussion regarding what we are looking to do to advance students who aged out of high school, as well as adults who are also trying to start their career, so that they don't have to work 3-4 jobs just to make a living and not have time to help their kids do their homeworks, as we heard today. Thank you so much. I don't know what we're going to cut. I don't think I'm confident in saying we should cut this, but I have confidence in everybody who's working on this project and just looking forward to what comes out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ali. Board Member Billy, sorry.
Thank you. So I would like to just put out there that I don't know much about finance. This is a really hard process for me. I'm trying to understand as much as I can. So if I am just not on the mark, definitely yeah. I would like to advocate for prioritizing programs that are particularly serving our most marginalized students. I think the students that are most marginalized are going to be the most impacted in a lot of these cuts. And so the ways I'm looking at this budget is through that lens. And so one of the programs that I would heavily advocate for is the Wabanaki's outdoor learning coordinator position, because like Emily said, I think it's really hard to have the history aspect without connecting it to the lived experience part of the work. I personally think that this is work we can do in partnership rather than maybe having a specific position for it, because I personally believe that Indigenous communities should be the ones doing these learnings, or we should be creating space for them to do this work rather than just paying a teacher to do the curriculum, because I think there needs to be some intentionality in utilizing the Indigenous communities that we have access to, and giving them the autonomy to tell their history, not their history, the autonomy to tell their history and give folks oral history about some of the lands that we're all occupying. I guess that's just a personal opinion, but I think I would like there to be support in that space. And I think it would look different than maybe the support that other folks are asking. So maybe just some consideration there. I would like to advocate for the Make It Happen. I think it's a half point that is being taken out. I would like to advocate for that to stay. I mean, I don't think I need to speak about how much Make It Happen has changed my life as a student, and how much is created a lot of space for me to be able to do the traditional aspects of my work. It gave me a lot of capacity and space to be a traditional student without my parents actively being a part of my schooling. And I think, for marginal students, that is a important part, as we've seen the parents that didn't even have the capacity to be here actually be here today and advocate for that. I think that's really important to even know that it's so important for their kids that they came here today instead of going to work. I was really touched by the special ed teacher that spoke about just her day-to-day and how hard it is for her to serve students, because she's constantly dealing with crisis. I think that that honestly was so alarming for me. I feel like that is so serious, because there's literally no learning happening when you're dealing with constant crisis. And I feel like that is the worst case scenario. So that's just something I've heard today. And again, this is a new process for me. So or not a new process, but I'm still learning. Yeah, I think hearing that was hard, and hearing that students, I mean, she looked like she was my age. And so I'm just putting myself in that position, and I would not be able to deal with that. So I think that's really important. And I really appreciate all of you coming here today and giving us a glimpse of your day to day, because I think that's just something we don't really have access to, or we don't have the capacity, because we all also have our own lives and our own jobs and the world that we're also trying to save. So I really appreciate just the capacity to actually see what y'all are having to go through. And I think it really personalizes your experience, instead of just, making it there. Obviously, there's a huge barrier between us and y'all. So I really appreciate you taking the time to be a part of this process and be vulnerable with us about the things that you're experiencing. And then the other piece I would like to advocate for is the experience. The names of y'all's positions. I'm so bad. Experiential learning coordinator. I think that is the position. I've taught a class for Andrea's program. I think I've talked about this a lot, and I personally think it's an intersectional space for so many of the things that we're talking about. I mean, Dr. Opperman mentioned that she would like to see a make it happen concept for regular students, and that's exactly what that program is meant to be. It's meant to create resources outside of the traditional lens for traditional students, not only students of color or BIPOC students. So I think if we're looking for resourcing traditional students with make it happen benefits, then that is the perfect program for us to keep, sustain, and create more resources for, because it is doing that intersectional work. And I think, I don't know if this is where I discuss like where I feel like it could fit, or the work that I think it can do going forward. I mean, I think that's a personal conversation we can have continuing, but I think it's something that is important for the future of our students. It's important for the future of even our high school design, because I think internships and resources outside of school are so needed. I mean, I took a SEALS Fit leadership course when I was at Make It Happen, and that was something that helped me outside of the traditional lens. So I think that is really important, and it is serving students. Yeah, I will save the rest of my comments for email and just the continuous conversations, but those are some things that I would like to advocate for right now. In terms of cuts, like I said, these numbers are not my thing. I'm still trying to understand this, and so I don't really have an idea right now. But yeah, I'm here paying attention and listening.
Do you have any thoughts about the tax rate?
No, because I don't, no.
That's okay. That's okay. Just trying to get information from everybody. Vice Chair Bondo?
Thank you. All right, so I'm going with science first, because I think I already shared my opinion on the steering committee while we've been talking about the strategies, why we've been missing the data on the science. And I've been all the time advocating for years, because I know how critical is the science when our kids have the hands-on and bringing more critical and problem solving when they're really facing on the STEM and the science opportunities. So I would like to advocate for those, just as point 6 and point 4, bringing back to the elementary and secondary science here. Didn't we losing?
To the schools or central office? Which one?
Central office. On the coordination, please. And also, when I try to understand, I already gave my opinion on Monday about the Make It Happen. So I want to see the middle school to be there, because I used to be a mentor middle school in that same program a couple of years ago. So I know the value of having the middle school where they have a more opening and starting the process of being taken care of since that age. So if I would like to advocate for the 0.5 on the Making Happen back to the budget. And when we're talking about the EOL, so I look at the Casco Bay model. I see that Casco Bay doesn't have any coordinator on that specific area, but I feel like they're doing a great job using the counseling, moving some internship and using those opportunities for the student. So I don't want to lose that position, but I want that position to be under the new structure of the superintendent on the secondary team to be under the director of secondary access and outcomes, where we can use the options because it's been a redesign on the Nellie May a couple of years ago, and I was part of those design for the redesign of on the high school. So I want that position to be under the secondary access, just adding a 0.5, so the director can have somebody moving to that direction and working with counseling on different schools to make sure that we can use the Casco Bay model to help students from the high school being connected to any other opportunities like an internship. They have a lot of already Casco Bay has been doing, and it's been so great. So I think we can open up that space for our students to use that opportunity as well. And mostly the staff that I want really to have more details on the allocation of fund balance. I see we have a 3,500,000, and then beside on the pension obligation, that's where my trade-off can come up to see where all those left money that we want to use being allocated. If we have some specific area, if it's going to be to the consultant and any other direction, because I want to see how far we can use some of our fund balance to trade off some of those specific positions that I want to advocate for that. And then for the last one, for the adjustment of the position for the director of climate. So right now, I just want to look at the outcomes of the best quality of the system that we're using for our restorative justice practice in our different schools. I still don't see the quality that we are talking about. So if we want to have two of the director of climate, I would like to go with one only for now. And then I try to understand what we have as the best practice right now and the quality that we have on those practice from each school, so that I can understand why we need to have a two director on the climate before we're moving forward. All right, so that's what I have right now, so.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bondo. Yeah.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question on the climate that you were talking about? Are you talking about the two individuals that are on the network team?
Yes.
Board Member Grant.
Thank you. So going last, at least amongst the board members, has some advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are that several of my colleagues have made the points largely that I would want to make. I especially appreciate the way Member Bryden framed things in terms of understanding the trade-off sort of programmatically. You know, is X going to still get done if Y personnel is not there to do it? I really appreciate thinking it through that way. And then, yeah, I think she identified, and the rest of you identified, a lot of the positions that applies to. I just want to emphasize a couple things. I sort of listened to all the testimony tonight, you know, thinking of what is really sort of still discordant in my mind between what's being done and the rationale for it. And there's two things that one sort of smaller one I hadn't thought of yet, and then a larger one that I think that's on all of our minds. The first one is it was actually a teacher, Brian Rounds, brought up the issue of adding a data specialist at the same time we're subtracting the tech integrationist. That felt like something we should talk about a little further. It felt a little discordant to me, because that's a known quantity doing valuable work versus an unknown, not that doesn't exist right now. The other area, and I'll sort of do something I don't usually do and talk a little bit about where I'm coming from in my day job, because unlike Member Abilio and some of the rest of you, I do work in education all day long, and I have for 15 months. So I want to raise the issue of the ed tech situation. And I don't want to frame it as an ask right now. I want to frame it as I need to understand and be comfortable that we are not going backwards at all. And I'll just explain it at the risk of being overly dramatic by talking about just literally one of my projects from today. And that was working with our training director on training associations around the dangerous behavior law in Maine. And we finally, at long last, feel comfortable that the school districts, not this one, recognize that when educators are physically assaulted at work, that constitutes dangerous behavior. We've checked that one off finally. So today we're working on whether or not death threats qualify, anti-Semitic racist imagery qualifies, whether students eloping qualifies as a dangerous behavior, whether spitting on educators qualifies as dangerous behavior, and then whether or not school districts, we could compel them to reimburse educators who have personal items damaged due to assaults, like ripped garments and damaged eyeglasses and such things like that. So I bring that up because I was really moved by the words of that have already been flagged by, I think it was Meredith from Rowe, and I see Emma Sewell is still here, her talking about her classroom. So again, at the risk of being, I don't want to be overly dramatic, but I just want to emphasize the point that, these are our staff who are dealing with very often the most difficult and dysregulated students. And if we can't do that right, then we really need to rethink what we're doing here. So I just want to make sure that whatever changes we make in the ed tech world are not letting us go backwards. And if we do need to add back in to make sure that's the case, then I would certainly support that. In terms of ideas, I have on record so far, I'll be consistent about dipping further into the reserves if we need to do that. I'm less comfortable with the tax conversation, but I think a small uptick is something we could possibly stomach it, but it's not my first choice. And then I was thinking about the Make It Happen program and whether there were other sources of funds, maybe like a JMG or a DECD that we could turn to and see if there's any money that could flow, or even through the foundation, if there's a way to get those positions funded from some other sources. I don't know what JMG does with, I just happened to have lunch today with a board member, so I have it on the brain. I don't know what they do in the district right now, but maybe there's something more there. Same for DECD. So just want to at least put one new idea on the table. And with that, I will conclude.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give my thoughts and then move to student reps. I have also been just really thinking about EdTech Emma, I believe is her name, or Amelia, that came to speak, but also all of the other people that work in our specialized programs over the time that I've been in office. And so just like really trying to base myself in what do we need to keep our students and staff out of crisis so that we can get to every kid gets to go on a Wabanaki field trip, right? And so it's like, what do we need to really think about to make that happen? And so, and my list is the clinical person that I think maybe I want to look at the clinical support that got cut and making sure that all of our people that are doing that deep work have access to clinical supervision. I think that will also help us retain those staff, and it's just necessary given the climate that we are in. I also, as other people have brought up, the transitional position whose title none of us can seem to remember, but feels really important in making sure that those young people have transition plans. I would like to echo what Board Member Grant said about ed techs, really making sure that we have enough bodies in the classrooms, because as we've heard and we know, that does make a huge difference. In terms of, and I'm jumping all over the place because that's just the way my brain is working right now. The seal of biliteracy hasn't come up tonight, and that feels like really important work that I would like to understand where it lands if that position is cut. the Make It Happen position. I support, especially after, and I'll talk about this later tonight, hearing so many during high school students how Make It Happen is the place that they belong, that there's not another place in their school right at this moment that helps them feel like they belong. So I think that that needs to happen at the middle school levels across the board. And then the technology integrationist. I would just like to look at the technology team. I'm thankful that Courtney and Phil have pulled together numbers for us, but like we're getting really, really thin on that team in a way that like if we have a server crash or something big, like we need to have technology-minded people that we can pull from. And it really scares me that we might be getting to a place that we are too lean to be able to absorb a crisis. Again, we've seen what happens when we get to a place where the system cannot absorb a crisis, and I don't want us to get there. So whether it is that position or adding more IT reps, like I think that we need to have a deeper conversation about how we're supporting technology around the district, because you see it in classrooms every day. Like if a multilingual student can't access the technology that we're using, they can't learn. So those are the things that are on my list right now that I'm thinking a lot about. I also would like us to look at the data team as a potential trade-off. I do think that looking at Maine Cares and I think allotting some income there makes sense, but that number, I want us to really be thoughtful about what that is. I'm also comfortable with up to a 7% tax increase. I think the council has indicated that they could absorb that. I think most of our taxpayers have indicated that they can absorb that. And we're also continuing to work with the council on potentially expanding tax relief programs within the city. And I think that is it. And then just to flag again for finance, other areas, I think we need more information. There were a couple people tonight that talked about pre-K staffing, and I'm not sure if that's specifically related to something, but I'd like to understand if there's something there that isn't working. And then the ratios for interventionists, I want to understand more about that in comparison to our Title I schools. I think that's all I have. Now I'm going to move it to student representative.
Sorry, just one point of I think I want just a little bit more information on the Make It Happen home school liaisons, multilingual homeschool liaisons.
Yeah, we can revisit that. Sure. Thank you. Representative Nkuku.
Okay, thank you. Most of my points were mentioned already. So I just want to advocate mostly on the Make It Happen program and the EdTech. The Make It Happen program, I believe for me, it's like a bridge for the multilingual students and other students. And it's like based on the transition system, like the different system. I think it's something that we can try and squeeze it in the budget, try to make it happen. I believe it gives them hope, and Chair Sarah mentioned, most of them feel like they belong there. So it's something that I believe should be in the system, not something that should be removed. And coming to the EdTech, I feel like it's something that we should keep it up and just increase the staff. Someone mentioned there was not enough staff, and the person also mentioned the program provides social and emotional needs for people. Our main aim is the students, so I think we should provide them with everything they need to be equipped to do their best. That's all.
Thank you very much. Do we still have Student Representative Rosado, or did he have to take off? Okay. All right. Representative Knight.
I believe I've said everything I need to say.
Okay. Beautiful. And Student Representative McDonald.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that this has been the most
mind-boggling meeting so far, but but also like not to sound too cheesy, but like the most inspiring, honestly. And there was just like there were so many amazing people who shared a lot of really like personal, raw experiences and just things that like I would have never known about if I didn't have this position. So I'm just like super grateful to be here. And I'm really grateful for all the people who like have the initiative and the like confidence to come in and talk to us. So I'm really grateful for everything. And then obviously all the work that everyone has done, especially Mr. Scallon, is just incredibly impressive. And I know that it's definitely not the easiest job. So I honestly have a lot more questions and things to talk about than are on this list, but just because it's 9:20 at night, I'm just going to kind of say the things that in general are just like top of my mind right now. It's still quite a few. But first, before I ask for things to be added on or like additional things for like the money aspect, I honestly don't really think there's any other option than to increase the budget. I think from my personal experiences and everything that I've heard, I don't think that we can satisfy the basic needs of the students, the teachers of the entire like school system without increasing the budget. I just think that's a necessary step. Whether that's tax increases, which a lot of people through like all of the emails that I've seen and like the people who talked tonight, it seems like people would maybe be okay with that. And then also like more tax relief programs as well. Also like the metro and middle schoolers is very interesting to me. So maybe like looking into that a little bit more, but I also am a little bit concerned with how that would impact the rest of the community because it's a community transportation system, not just for schools, obviously. So first, for the things that I want to advocate for, I have to start with Ms. Levinsky because I'm doing a student mentorship right now that's literally because of her. She does, we've heard a lot about it. There's been a lot of emails about it. She does such an incredible amount of things for students. And not only that, but she's stationed in the guidance office. And so she's just another person who's there to talk to. She's at junior planning sometimes. Like she's always there to help. She's always there to answer like any questions you might have. And just like another incredibly supportive member of the guidance team. And I also it was mentioned by a few of the other board members, but I just am really, really concerned about if that work is going to stay in the school, who it's going to fall on, because the people in the guidance office are just already, they have so much on their plates, like so much on their plates. And if they're the people who are forced to take that on, then that's a lot more work for them. And I just worry that it's not going to have the same quality. Like, I just really think there needs to be a designated member for all of the things that Ms. Lewinsky does. And then second, I really want to advocate for the ed techs. Obviously, all of the personal experiences we heard about tonight, and I'm a teacher aide in a special ed co-taught class, and there's about 20 students in that class, and on a regular basis, probably 5 or 6 ed techs. And I personally work with students. It's an active role for me, and I love it. And I've learned so much, and I'm really glad that I've had that experience to be able to speak about it. But it's just, there's so much need for them, and they do so much. And these students need constant and consistent and reliable support to have access to a quality education. So that's super, super important. And then the special education transition manager has been mentioned a few times. So that's just on my mind as well. I really want to know more about the Make It Happen program. I didn't really know much about it until tonight, and it was just so obvious to me how deeply important it is to so many people and the huge impact that it's made. So worried about cuts being made in that. And then the Wabanaki studies as well is just hugely important. I would honestly like to see more of that at the high school level. I would like to see a lot more of it because I don't really see any of it right now. I feel like there's so many opportunities with incorporating that into the curriculum of history classes. I know that adding additional classes can be like a huge burden, but that's also a possibility. So I think that's hugely important. And then also the outdoor learning coordinator, really important. I also want to see more of that at the high school level because I think, like, personally, I'm in a scout troop. It was previously Boy Scouts, but now it's co-ed. And like we have like such an incredibly diverse group of kids. We have meetings at the Stevens Avenue Congregational Church on Thursdays from 6:30 to 8 if anybody's interested in coming. But that is like such an incredible opportunity for kids. Like I have seen like these kids grow so much from being able to go outside and go on these camping trips and like learn leadership. And I know that that's not the same thing as like what would be happening at schools, but it's still like getting that opportunity is just, it's so huge. And it shows people that like we live in Maine, there's so much to do here with like the outdoors. And that's like really important and like developing brains. And so I just want to advocate for that. Also, I feel like this is not really like about changing the budget, but I just think it's really important for people to know whether or not they're being cut, because there was some talk about that, because that's just, you know, obviously incredibly important because we can't tell them at the end and then be like, okay, you have like this summer to come up with a new job. I mean, like a month, like not even the whole summer, because you can't really go the whole summer without a job. So that's really important. And then these are just a few things that I wrote down while listening to other remarks. The seal of biliteracy, it's interesting to me that there are maybe some cuts being made there, but I also know that I took it and it can be administered by just teachers. Like it's a program online and you just like take the test and it's just somebody like watches you do it. And then also really important, Board Member Grant talked about this, having more people and Chair Lentz having more technology specialists. I literally only know of one technology person at Portland. And like when we were taking PSATs this year, there were like I had an issue with my Chromebook and I went to the guidance office and there were like 20 other kids. And this poor guy, like I can't remember his name, but this one poor guy, and he was just like, it was really bad. It was like a total mess. And like so many kids had to like I had to get a completely separate Chromebook to even take the PSAT because like mine had an issue. So that's hugely important. I would love to learn more about the data team that's been proposed. I'm not really sure like what that is. So I just love to hear more about that. And then also as Chair Lentz mentioned, the ratios for interventionists also really concern me because like I said, I know that like the ed techs is kind of a different situation, but I just feel like it gives me a lot of perspective on how important these like specialized staff members who do that really important one-on-one work, they're just so incredibly important. And as some people mentioned, I can't remember who, but like if we help the people who are most disadvantaged first, then that will make our school system run better. And so, yeah. That's all that I have. Thank you again.
Representative McDonald.
To everyone.
Chair.
Can you? No, I'm going to say no because we're going to be here till after midnight at this rate. Yes, go ahead, Board Member Opperman.
I cannot argue with anything anybody has said as far as wanting to include, but I do want people to keep in mind that besides from giving teachers time, giving them decent salaries, giving ed techs decent salaries is incredibly important. And I think when you start picturing what it would be like to make that happen, that's a lot of money. And I would like us to be able to think that we have a system that we can do that in.
Great. And that's actually a bridge to my last question, but that's okay. Okay, you're going to keep it
Sorry,
short?
just for transparency, there's one position I forgot that I would like to add, and there's one source of funding that I forgot that I would
all right then.
pursue.
Okay.
The position is I would like to add back one interventionist / coach for on math for the middle schools. We used to have that position. If you look at the walkthrough data that the superintendent circulated, you see that middle schools are just far behind implementing our math curriculum than elementary schools where we've had that capacity and that support. And I think we need to keep it up. So it's one person to cover all 3 middle schools, which we used to have, and it worked very well. And then the additional source of funding is selling central office. So we've talked about this for years. There were reasons that we couldn't pursue it in the past. Some of those reasons are less blockers now because we have a smaller central office staff. Also, if we were going to move to a model where we had at one of our middle schools, we had just a single team, that would open up some space for central office. I know Waldron Way is another potential large source of space for central office, in addition to some space here, etc. But I would like to look at, for the future, clearly not in the immediate term, but the putting back on the table selling the central office building.
Thank you for those additions. And then I have one last question, but one thing I forgot to mention, which is I would like the Finance Committee, as you're talking about the Wabanaki fieldwork and that team, to please include African American Studies or Africana Studies within that, because there is a state law that we are not meeting right now. So to think about that is not just Wabanaki Studies, but how could we potentially, with add backs, hold more of that work. Thank you all very much. I just want to give people an opportunity that if there's any trade-off that has been brought up that you feel adamantly is a hard no for you, that you are able to address that just so the Finance Committee has a better understanding of what trade-offs are potentially on the table for the board. And bet Julianne would have one here, so let's all talk until Julianne. No, I have one as well. Also, go ahead.
I don't want to lose our climate staff. I think those positions are critical. I don't think we've been able to do the work because we haven't had it staffed. So that would be a non-starter for me.
Thank you. Anybody else have one to? I'm happy to jump in with. No, go ahead, Board Member Bryden.
I'll just say, in terms of achieving a budget outcome, I don't think that we should be, just in terms of like the potential savings in Metro, I think it's the time crunch would be too significant to look at changing school start times.
Thank you. Julianne, sorry, Board Member Upperman, we're just talking about if people have a hard no to any of the trade-offs that have been proposed tonight. So if you want to think about that, I would like to introduce a hard no to potentially moving the foundation executive director off of the local budget. My day job is in philanthropy, and I've also been on the development committee for 3 years there. And I think the landscape of philanthropy right now is rolling back. We just released a study today, actually, that shows that we're at 2019 levels of giving throughout Maine, and that giving is really hard to get to pay for staff. So Andy has fundraised the heck out of Maine. The amount of money that she and her team are bringing in is over $1 million for the last several years, which is like unheard of right now in Maine. And I fear that that move would put her role in jeopardy and the foundation's role in jeopardy when they are providing critical money to our students every month. They do a critical access, the Arts and Culture Fund that was started, they're providing critical things there. The Access to Athletics is a new fund, compensating teachers during the summer for planning curriculum that is equity related. and the crisis fund that they have that families can access to use, for rent, eyeglasses, basic needs that, again, help keep our students out of crisis. So that is a hard stop for me, and I will continue to wax on about this if it continues to percolate up, because I just think it's such glue within our district that we need to keep it. Any other hard no's?
On behalf of the rank and file, I think we got it.
Yeah, you got it? No. Anything else? Yeah.
I just had one question that was on my list that hasn't been talked about tonight, and I appreciate the format of this and think it was really helpful. But I'm wondering if there are any salary increases to non-represented staff included in the budget, and I would like to see those if so.
Yeah. Let's just flag that for finance, because you can also talk about the where the compensation study is and that as well. Beautiful. Okay. Yes? Going once, going twice. Go ahead.
It just slipped my mind. I would definitely advocate for a hard no on the middle school buses. I just don't think it's a safe process or planned. I mean, I feel like our children are getting smaller and smaller, and seeing a middle schooler on a public bus terrifies me. So that is a no for me. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Abilio. Yes, Vice Chair Rondo. Come on in.
I just found out that's the one I didn't talk. So I just need to get more clarification while we're landing on the math coach and intervention what we have now, because that has been my question for the time being. How many do we have enough for each school right now, or what we need to do? So I just need to have where we're landing right now on that specific issue. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, can we also clarify, because I keep getting confused by the way people say math coaches, because there's a slash and then there isn't. So can we clarify what we're
definitions and understanding of roles and responsibilities?
Yeah, because I know there's coaches and then there's the there's the coaches and then there's the coaches that help the students, and then there's people that have both positions.
We'll bring that to finance and get super clear. Okay, thank you.
Can I just jump in really quick? Miss Sawtell actually just sent an email about that, and I didn't know this, but she clarified that coaches work with teachers while interventionists work with students, and also may serve as models for effective teaching. So I didn't know that, but
I think there are
it's actually
positions that have both.
Yeah, so let's just get clarity in finance, because every school does it a little bit differently. So we'll review that in finance.
And just to clarify, my first question that started us off on this is, I'm not looking for, I know that there was, I believe, a 3.5% increase for non-represented staff in the budget. I'm saying, were there salary increases for other staff that aren't as a result of contracts? So did people get raises? And if so, I'd like to see them for transparency's sake.
Thank you. Okay. I need to take a 5-minute break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to be back at 9:42. Let's be prompt. And we'll roll into regular meeting. Hazard. All right. We're back. If board members can find their way back to their chairs, that would be great. I just wanted to acknowledge quickly the passing of longtime PPS employee Anna Marie Feiner. I don't know if I said her last name correctly. I've only ever talked to her as Anna Marie. And she's had several roles in the district over her many years with us: bus driver, custodian, warmth radiator. But every time I met with her, I was struck by her kindness, warmth, her stories about students and her family, and her willingness to help wherever she could. And she's certainly going to be missed by many folks. And then to swing wildly to the other side, I wanted to send a huge congratulations to the Deering players who secured their title of regional champions for their performance of Seussification of Romeo and Juliet during the annual One Act competition. And they're going to be heading to state competitions later this month, but they are doing an encore performance tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at Deering High School. So check that out. And then last week, the Strategic Planning Committee held its last meeting. We reviewed the work that has been done up until now and helped start to plan what a potential rollout would look like after the plan moves through the board process and ultimate approval. In this conversation, we considered things like how to reach all of the audiences across the district, how to help people understand how this plan is interconnected with the Portland Promise, and what regular reporting on the process will look like and include. We've added a board meeting on April 23rd to make sure that the board will have at least 2 opportunities to dig into the plan and give feedback. Lastly, before we transition into the superintendent's remarks, I just wanted to let the board know that I've been working closely with city staff and elected officials on the new ethics ordinance that is being prepared as a result of the charter amendments that were passed by voters. City legal counsel has been involved so far in developing this ordinance, but now our legal team is engaged as well and will be supporting us through this process. And I might be looking for you through committee for more input on this document. That's it. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent Scallon.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief tonight just because you took a little bit of my thunder around celebrations. It always happens when I follow you, so that is good. But just congratulations. Actually, I learned about the Deering drama team in one of my first meetings in the district when I met Mr. Chard and heard about the pride that he had in the work that they were doing. And so just their recognition to beat out significantly better funded teams in the regional tournament and their movement to state is just congratulations. And not only the team recognition for winning, but also 5 additional awards that were earned on the individual level. And so just credit to the team. Second is just want to share a quick update that is keeping with past practice around COVID protocols and an update from the CDC on COVID-19 and respiratory illness and the appropriate actions and our aligned work with that. And so just as an update for the board and for everybody, as is common practice, anyone sick with a respiratory virus should remain home and away from others. People can now return to normal activities when for at least 24 hours their symptoms are improving and if they have no fever. For staff and students who test positive for COVID-19, there is no longer an automatic period of 5 days when they must stay home. Instead, it is guided by the question of symptoms and specifically the fever. We are still asking that when they return to school, work, and other activities, they should wear a well-fitting mask for 5 days. And so sharing this with you just as an update as the CDC has come out with new guidance, and my understanding from past practice is that we were always taking time at the board just to share updates as it came. So just wanted to share that. Tonight, I'm excited that we have 2 groups of our academic team here tonight to share updates on our progress with objective number 3. I'm going to pass it over here to Superintendent Townsend in a minute, but just want to comment on one piece, which is that part of this work around progress monitoring is to, again, make sure that we're shining the light on where we've identified priorities and key initiatives for our work. And there will be time where each of these sessions include a close sharing of where we're at practice-wise, as well as where we're at outcome-wise. And in some cases, it will be celebratory, and in other cases, it'll be highlighting where there's additional work to be done. And even when there's cases of additional work to be done, it does not mean that work has not been happening or that there hasn't been progress, but that we are not at our end state that we want to be at. And so as we go into this tonight, my hope is that we keep that in mind as we continue to probe and think about how we can improve not only our practices, but our outcomes for students. And so with that, I will pass it to Deputy Superintendent Townsend and the team.
Great. Good evening, board members and the PPS community folks still remaining with us. So as we have throughout the year, we'll be providing a progress monitoring update on our key objectives. We're here tonight to update you on the status of our work as it relates to Objective 3. I'm joined this evening by our team, including Drs. Atkinson Duina and Dr. Ahmed, our executive directors of elementary and secondary schools, respectively. Jesse Robinson is joining us online this evening, our director of curriculum instruction and assessment. Cindy Soul, our literacy teacher leader, is with us, and our Chris Reiger, our director of clinical and behavioral supports, and Joanna Frankel, our assistant director of MTSS implementation at the elementary level. So I appreciate all of them for hanging in tonight and being here with us and their work throughout the year in supporting leaders and staff in the buildings to do this hard work. As a brief reminder about our progress monitoring process, we established 4 objectives in the fall through engagement with our executive cabinet team as well as with the board. We use these objectives to drive our work throughout the year, and we have these periodic updates to update with both the cabinet and publicly to report on our progress. As you can see here, these are the 4 overarching objectives for the year, and you can see the cycles of reporting for the board. Tonight, we'll provide updates on the initiatives that are part of Objective 3. And so Objective 3 is our objective most directly focused on the student experience in the classroom as we work to provide students with a challenging, relevant, and joyful education that prepares and empowers them to pursue their dreams. The 2 initiatives that we are working on this year include our implementation of our literacy curricula in grades K through 8 and our safe and equitable schools work across all grade levels. As you can see from this summary slide, we are on track with our literacy implementation and at risk with our safe and equitable schools work. We will review this progress in more detail by each initiative. We'll review the progress of both initiatives and then take questions at the end of the presentation on each. So first, we're going to dive into the work on our literacy implementation and literacy curriculum across grades K-8. You'll first hear from our academic team members with a little context and background for our literacy work, and then you'll hear updates on the implementation status for literacy from Dr. Atkinson Duina. So I'd now like to invite Jesse to appear, I guess, and online there, and we'll move on.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, board members and PPS community. My name is Jessie Robinson. I'm the Director of Curriculum Assessment and Instruction. I wanted to share a bit about our process that led up to this moment. When I began 6 years ago, we had no common district curriculum. Schools were operating largely in isolation. Our theory of action to build more coherence across schools and from K through 12 was to start with a clear vision for instruction to guide our work. And that is what you see on this slide. These 7 main components are what we collectively want to see in all classrooms. The first is an inclusive classroom environment where students feel they belong. And, the second is an active learning classroom where students are active agents in their learning. We have high expectations where we show and communicate to all students that we believe they can achieve at high levels. We have culturally responsive teaching where teachers bring cultural humility to their teaching and use curricula that reflects the identities of their students. Part of our vision is an assets-based approach where we see students for who they are and what they bring, not what they are not. And we have a team approach where teachers do not teach in isolation, but as a team. And finally, our last element is assessments for learning, not of learning, where we learn about student thinking through assessments in order to make important instructional decisions moving forward. The complete instructional vision is linked in the slide, and I encourage you to read the full description at your earliest convenience. What you'll see here is an illustrative example of our vision in action. In the 3rd grades, this is linked to some of what you heard tonight in the public comment. In the 3rd grade, students study about the effects dams have had on Indigenous people and food systems in this land now known as Maine. Through the process of reading primary sources, visiting a dam site, and asking critical questions, and learning to raise their own salmon and release them, students become water protectors. This interdisciplinary unit that combines literacy, social studies, science, and experiential learning, developed by members of the curriculum team over the last few years, is a prime example of seeing our instructional vision come to life in all schools. As we think about curriculum implementation in literacy, I'd like to remind you of our literacy vision, which is one of many content area visions. As I've mentioned, our theory of action is to use this vision to guide curricular decisions. We created this vision with teachers, coaches, community members, school and district leaders based on research. From there, we used this vision to help us determine criteria needed in a curriculum. These high-level principles help guide our selection of the curriculum we're now adopting. The first principle in our literacy vision is that all students will have the opportunity to engage with grade-level content and complex texts. This supports our priority that all students will be included in a high-quality teaching and learning experience with their peers in order to close opportunity gaps that have persisted over time. The second principle is supported by the Common Core standards and the science of reading, in that all students will build strong literacy skills in reading, writing, speaking, and listening. The third principle states that PPS students will explore their own identity and the identity of others. Some folks call this windows and mirrors, and students will see themselves in the curriculum and also through the curriculum learn about others. And finally, the last principle is that PPS students will be active participants in their learning through inquiry. As I mentioned, these four principles guided our selection of our two literacy curricula, EL and CKLA. With that, I'm now going to turn things over to the amazing Cindy Soul, our district's literacy coordinator, who will tell us a bit more about each of these curricula.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's still evening. My name is Cindy Soul, and I've been the literacy coordinator for 2 years. Prior to this role, I was part of the Talbot learning community for 23 years, most recently as an instructional coach, and before that as a teacher in multiple grades, as well as a special educator. As Jessie shared, the literacy vision is grounded in the body of research known as the science of reading. This graphic, known as the reading rope, illustrates the complexity of how the brain learns to read. The rope depicts two distinct strands of reading: language comprehension and word recognition. Language comprehension is where students make meaning of what they are reading through vocabulary acquisition, application of background knowledge, and reasoning. The word recognition strand is about letters, sounds, and how they form together so students can read and write with automaticity and accuracy. When all these components and parts intertwine, it results in skilled reading with strong comprehension. Over the next few slides, keep this graphic in mind as I share more about our literacy curricula and how it connects to the science of reading. EL Education's English Language Arts is the curriculum selected for K-8 learners. This curriculum primarily supports the language comprehension strand of the reading rope because of the strong practices to deepen and broaden students' knowledge and skills. EL also supports thinking critically about language and syntax at the sentence level, also strengthening word recognition. Each grade level consists of 3 modules that centers learning on a given topic, such as the wonderful world of frogs, fossils, schools around the world, or the Harlem Renaissance. This curriculum also weaves in character education as well as opportunities for students to shine by producing high-quality work. Jessie and I have been in over 50 different EL classrooms this year and witnessed firsthand students' level of curiosity about the topics and the complex texts that they are reading about. This has resulted in rich discussions and writing pieces grounded in text evidence where students incorporate explicit academic and topic-related vocabulary. To support word recognition, and that strand of the reading rope, we adopted core knowledge language arts skills, which we refer to as CKLA to shorten it, for our K-2 learners. This curriculum systematically and explicitly teaches students how to read and write words and sentences. The ongoing assessments support teachers to closely monitor students' literacy development. Both the intervention toolkit and remediation guide provide resources to support educators to deliver small group instruction. Visiting classrooms has provided me the opportunity to observe pure joy as students all together tap out letter sounds and words, or as they sit alongside each other, partner reading from a shared text. Students beam with pride as they learn to read. Returning to the reading rope, this graphic shows the full curriculum implementation we are working towards. EL education, combined with science and social studies and Wabanaki studies, will comprehensively support the language comprehension side of the reading rope. You can also see that CKLA skills with additional intervention programs will lead to strong foundational literacy results for all learners.
This slide shows you where we are this year in terms of curriculum adoption. When making a decision to adopt curricula, elementary principals and school leadership teams had the autonomy to determine how fast or slow to roll out high-quality curricula for their teachers and students. This allowed for each school community to take into context what they already had on their plates and determine a path forward that made sense for them. While there have been some challenges of implementation due to this structure, schools are now ready for full adoption next year. To talk about our results, I'd like to turn things over to Dr. Atkinson-Duina and Dr. Ahmed, the Executive Directors of Elementary and Secondary Schools.
Thank you, Jesse and Cindy, for grounding us in the context of evidence-based reading instruction and how we go through a thoughtful process for selecting curricula. I'm Angela Atkinson-Duina. I joined the district this year as Executive Director of Elementary Schools, and most of my work is around supporting schools and school leaders to meet school goals and ensure that we have the supports and resources in place for that to happen. As we turn to look at the numbers here, I'd like to remind folks that when we look at numbers in education, we are looking at the representation of the work of real students and teachers and staff, who in most cases are working really hard every single day. But before we get into the details, let's look at the measures themselves, and I'd just like to make sure people understand what we're talking about. So in the first measure here, we're looking at the percent of classrooms at approaching or quality in implementation of the CKLA curriculum or the EL curriculum. And we're looking at how well we are implementing these two new curriculum in the classroom, but what does approaching or quality really look like? So to figure this out, Jesse and Cindy, often with the building principal or literacy coach, visit classrooms and do short observations. They look for things like the number of students who are engaged and actively participating. They listen to what students are talking about and whether they are referencing the text or using academic language. And at this stage, which is just our first year, we're trying to move our classrooms from a beginning level of implementation to an approaching or quality level of implementation. And generally speaking, when we're talking about approaching, that means that some of the students are showing a meaningful level of engagement, while quality means that almost all students are showing this level of engagement. So let's turn to the results here. What we're seeing with our EL curriculum, which we're implementing kindergarten through 8th grade, is really impressive growth from fall 23 to winter 24. We've moved from 34% at approaching or quality to 71%. And we're really happy to report that we've exceeded our target here. And just a reminder, if you remember from the fall, we set this target based on some information we received from the Attune group. And their recommendation was that we could expect to see an increase of 10 percentage points in this areas. So we have definitely surpassed that. And even though this hasn't been without struggle, and I know you've probably heard from many teachers about how it's been a lot to take on all these changes, this progress, I think, is a sign of the work that teachers and schools are doing and of the supports that Jesse and Cindy have put in place this year, along with our EL curriculum partners. If you look at implementation of CKLA at the elementary level, we've seen a similarly strong growth. As we discussed in the fall, this curriculum has been well received by educators and implementation has been fairly straightforward. And we think it is having an impact on our assessment data, which I'm going to turn to next, which is in the second row there. So the other measures we're looking at are the percent of students at benchmark on our early bird assessment, which is used at grades K and 1 and is an assessment of foundational reading skills like phonics, and on Centerpoint, which is a reading proficiency assessment used at the middle level. For our purposes tonight, you can think of meeting benchmark as the percent of students who are on track to reading proficiency. So looking at the kindergarten level, you can see that we've made meaningful progress in letter naming, rhyming, and blending. Blending, just a reminder, is our ability to distinguish between different sounds and to put them together. So for instance, you might hear a child practicing this when they hear k, a, t, cat. And among these measures, I really want to celebrate the growth in students' blending skills here. And then at first grade, we've also seen meaningful progress in non-word reading from 24% to 43%, and both blending and nonsense word reading are good predictors of future reading proficiency. So if you've got an early learner at home, and I hope you're celebrating their work in this area, and if you've ever stumbled trying to read or pronounce an unfamiliar word or even someone's name, I hope you remember that it's not easy and that this is the kind of thing that they are working on every single day. At the middle level on Centerpoint, which is a new assessment tool for us this year, we see a positive progression from fall to winter, growing 8 percentage points from 23% of students meeting or exceeding standards to 31%. And credit here goes to our hardworking middle school students and teachers. Since this is the first year that we're giving this assessment, we're kind of reflecting on this data and trying to figure out what our target should be for next year. So we'll be looking at that later this spring. And then the next slide. So how do we make sense of this data? As Mr. Townsend told you, we are on track. We've seen significant increases in quality of implementation for CKLA and the EL curricula. We're seeing positive trends with both the early bird and Centerpoint assessments, and we've delivered on our implementation supports like unit planning days, EL coaching, analyzing student work, and coaching cycles with our literacy coaches. We know there's still room for improvement, but we think the main message is to keep going. So what are our next steps? The slide here makes a note of our system steps, what we need to do next as a system. Finish implementation supports for schools doing the third module with a focus on making better use of a variety of discussion protocols. We're going to focus on using our assessment data for targeted small group instruction. That is already happening. And then we are providing professional learning opportunities for teachers on the science of reading, which is being funded by a new literacy grant that was just received recently. And then, of course, we're planning for implementation in 2024, 25. And then just what's not listed on this slide are the differentiated steps that we make for particular schools when we know that there's a targeted area of support. So for instance, we might send in Cindy to support a team of teachers that might be struggling with the curriculum at a particular grade level, or we might work with principals on their school-based professional learning plans to help make those more responsive to what we're seeing.
Great. Thank you, team. So now we're going to turn to our update on our safe and equitable schools work. So again, we'll provide a little bit of context in terms of kind of our theory of action around, and vision for how we build a safe and equitable school community, and then hear updates on the implementation results. So I'd like to invite Joanna Frankel to kick us off.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there with us. My name is Joanna Frankel. I currently serve as the Assistant Director of Elementary MTSS Implementation. My world has a lot of acronyms, so just so everybody remembers, MTSS stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. So more acronyms here. So on this slide, you'll see a graphic that gives information about PBIS, which stands for Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports. It's one of our main levers for the work that we do for social, emotional, behavioral health for students. And PBIS is a framework. It's made up of
systems, practices, and data with equity at the center. So systems are what support staff. So things like professional development, team composition and operating procedures, discipline policies, calendar and scheduling priorities. Practices are the things that support students. So things like feedback and acknowledgement systems, teaching expectations, classroom and school-wide procedures. And data includes both what we collect, so for instance, things like culture and discipline data, and also how we analyze and use that data for decision-making. And then you can see on the outside the outcomes piece, which is what we're striving towards. And those are outcomes that are both around social competence and academic achievement. And we're always striving for equitable outcomes for all of our students. This next graphic, which hopefully you can see better on your laptops than we can see on the screen, but this is shows our comprehensive behavioral health continuum for PPS, and it's a tiered model of support for students. So this is the MTSS part. The green are our tier 1 or universal approaches. So these are practices that all students have access to. And then the yellow is tier 2 or targeted approaches. So these are practices for students who are at greater risk and need greater level of support. And then moving to the red, which is tier 3 or intensive approaches. And those are practices for the few students with the greatest level of risk. This aligns with our PBIS framework and includes some of the practices that my colleague, Dr. Chris Reiger, is going to talk to you about. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Good evening. As a reminder, SEL is the process by which a person acquires both the knowledge and skills to identify, label, and manage emotions, get along with others, and make healthy and responsible decisions. At the heart of SEL and effective instruction more generally are quality relationships. Rooted in Black and Indigenous practices and supported by research, PPS is meeting in circles in an effort to transform and enhance student-to-student, student-to-adult, and adult-to-adult relationships, and to foster safe learning environments through community building and constructive dialogue. The literature on restorative practices guides us to adopt an 80-20 approach. If we spend the majority of our efforts proactively building healthy, trusting, positive communities, that's the 80%, then we can reduce the time spent on managing conflict and restoring trust, the 20%. SEL is fundamental to healthy development and enables our educators to help students grow into effective problem solvers and caring and responsible and engaged citizens. And research provides strong evidence that building social emotional skills improves student attitude, behavior, and academic performance. SEL should be woven throughout the core curriculum to deepen connections and opportunities for practice and reinforcement. For example, while circling up in morning meeting or an advisory, and through facing history in ourselves, which is an approach to teaching social studies at the middle school and high school level, which also prepares students to participate in civic life. With that said, best practice also includes having classroom teachers provide evidence-based, explicit social emotional skills instruction in a safe, caring, supportive, and participatory learning environment. And for that, we use Second Step at the elementary level. And for this year, was our launch for base education at the middle school and high school level. And I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Ahmed to share our progress monitoring data.
Good evening. My name is Abdullahi Ahmed, and I'm Executive Director of Secondary Schools. For this initiative, we have 3 measures. The first one is tiered fidelity inventory, and it's a tool that is used to assess our PPIS structures and practices. In the fall, 53% of the schools hit the target of 70% TFI target. At the end of the last year, there was about the TFI was 27% of all the schools. While there is a progress is made, ongoing efforts are needed to boost and reach the goal of 90% of the at the end of the school year. The second measure is chronic absenteeism. There has been a slight reduction in chronic absenteeism, although there was a slight uptick in January due to the seasonal sicknesses. The third measure is suspension rates. The suspension rates have slightly increased from last year. The elementary is on track. Majority of schools exceeded the goal, and they started working on the advanced tiers. At the middle school level, we see growth around the systems and practices. 2 of the 3 middle schools met the goal of their TFI of 70%. We have a decrease in suspension in the middle schools from the last fall. The middle schools are partnering with community partners to engage staff and students to develop their skills and practices in restorative practices. They are partnering with the youth-led justice and public health of Cumberland County. At the high school level, 1 of the 3 met the TFI score of 70%. Also, we remain concerned about the chronic absenteeism at the high school level. They are working with the community partners such as Count Me In. Count Me In is a statewide organization with the expertise and resources in addressing attendance issues. Individual schools also are working and developing their own interventions. There are boys group at Deering High School, and PHS is working, assigned actually 1 individual or 1 professional to a grade level so that they can work with the students and collect the data and look into the data and also have specific interventions for groups and individual students. Next steps, we'll be providing coaching and support using Count Me In to work with our schools in establishing early warning systems and deeply dive into the data to identify issues and also develop their tiered systems. Also, we will continue targeted support to work with the students to increase their TFI to the 70% target, and also at the end of the school year to reach the 90% for target for all schools. We also are working on our 2024 strategic plan deliverables to implement and have as an action plan as well. So with that, I will open for questions and that will end our presentation.
Right. Ready? We ready for questions? Dr. Scanlon. Okay, beautiful. Vice Chair Fondo, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can you just bear with me? I have for each one, I have a specific questions when I look at the.
Can we do are you the second section or the literacy section?
The literacy. So for each one, so I have the 3.1.
Let's start with literacy and get all those questions, and then we'll move to
Perfect.
And maybe just for the timing, I know it worked once well earlier. Maybe we could hear the questions, right? Just kind of do a round to hear the questions, and then we can kind of respond maybe comprehensively, recognizing we're at 10:20. So
yes,
I'd propose that as a process.
My questions.
Yes, with your questions on literacy, please. Just literacy.
Oh, just that?
Yeah, let's separate, please.
Okay.
I can't bounce. Yeah, go.
So
all the questions for
literacy. So we'll do a round for literacy response, round for climate response.
Great. All right. So yeah. So I saw the growth of the strength between the fall 2023 and winter 2024, and I saw the strong growth. So I wonder what the population of students are we talking about here? Because when I look at the implementation of the CKLA and LA, so I try just to understand how did you break down those data by demographic to evaluate the success. That's one of my question. And when I look at the schools who have been implemented, I saw that East End is one of the schools who've been behind, if I'm correct, on the list of the school who have been implemented the literacy here. Some of the schools, except East End first grade, Ocean Avenue first grade and second grade, Talbot kindergarten, and Rowe kindergarten, right? On the skills. That's what I see here. Implementation on the CKLA.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
So are we talking about the strong growth if we have both those marginalized students on those specific schools who never been able to be approached to those kind of curriculum? Where are we getting because the growth has been so strong, more than the half than our target. So I'm just wonder, are we holding those accountable, and also why we didn't break down those data by demographics so we can value exactly the growth are we talking about here? This is my question, the literacy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bondo. Any other questions on the literacy? I just wanted to compliment, I really appreciated the format, that there was a little bit of summary of the work beforehand, kind of like what the philosophical pieces were, and then the report out. So just thank you for your presentation.
I just have, sorry.
Oh, so sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have a hand, sorry. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I was just asking people to be quiet. So I really appreciate, and it's really amazing to see the evidence-based approach, interdisciplinary approach to reading. I just wanted to know, how are we asking students to engage further with the material just outside of school and outside of classroom? I guess that would mean like homeworks. Are we also raising the standards for homeworks and how students engage with the material when not in school and at home? Let me see. That's all I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ali. I think you're ready to respond. Yeah.
Okay. I'll open it. I don't know if it's, I heard some discussion.
All going to give each other some grace right now, given the hour.
Did you? Well, I mean, I think, we have all of the early bird data, so just in trying to present the summary, we have the early bird data that's broken out to the very individual kid level. So they are digging into that, like at the building levels and with the coaches, to really target very specific kids in terms of kind of the demographic breakdown. What you're seeing is a representative of just all students, right? Just at this high level summary measure, but within each school, they're unpacking the data with the literacy coaches and with grade level teams, as Dr. Atkinson-Duena said, to kind of inform the targeted small group instruction.
Deputy Superintendent, I just want to hold a little bit. We at this time of the year, we're making a lot of impact and decision for our budget. Right. And we have a lot of issues. We have the reading intervention and all the area of literacy. Then we want to add or to cut some other position. So I just wonder if we have some breakdown of those data demographically, so we understand exactly why we are allocating our funding and if we have some impact on what we're doing. So my question was so clear. It's not that the representation of all the students. My question was so clear. Do we have the breakdown on those demographic by all our schools? Because each end, they even didn't have any implementation yet. Mm-hmm. That's the only question that I'm asking, because it's going to help me when I'm making a decision on the budget to have a right and lens while we're landing, because the literacy is the key piece major. Then we're talking about supporting the most marginalized students.
To hear the question, we can get the additional kind of data slide in terms of the breakdown, and then, I mean, yeah, I think that encompasses a little bit of both your questions. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. And then does anybody want to speak to kind of the outside of school expectations as it relates to implementation of either curricula, and just what may be happening in terms of Member Ali's question about, how it's being reinforced, what expectations outside of school for students in terms of literacy?
I think outside of school expectations has been something that we've been really trying to refine to make sure that all learners have the supports they need to be successful. And so while the, continued reading at home and those pieces are encouraged, some of the EL education has pieces within it that require reading at home. I know at King Middle School, teachers, like the social studies classrooms, are reading to their literacy class to help with that at-home reading so that all students have access to those portions of the text. Same within grade 5 in elementary. There are some portions that are designed from the central text of the modules to be read at home, and teachers are reading that during their little snack breaks and different things like that, or during up so that everybody has access to it. For thinking about the foundational skills, I think we are increasing our opportunities to have materials to send home. There's family letters, there's supportive information that can really help families. And then in grades 3 through 5, students have digital access to a program called Lexia Core 5. And in 6 through 8, students have digital access to Lexia Power Up. And again, digital access also creates barriers. So we're working and navigating through those to provide access for everybody. Those are some of the things we have in place.
Thank you. I just have a comment for Superintendent Scanlon. I know we talked about a little bit of how we can utilize the role of multilingual staff that have direct connection to parents. And so I would be interested to see how they can connect the parents with these changes that we are talking about in reading, and how parents who are not present today and did not, or maybe not aware of what's going on, to know, the changes that's happening to the curriculum, as well as encourage parents to encourage their children to read more in school, because if we're not reinforcing or taking steps to reinforce all these amazing changes, then we will be at the same place. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ali. Okay, are we okay to switch to the second? Yeah. Questions around the second objective? Vice Chair Bondo?
All right. So, for years, the restorative practice, I remember when we present those relationship, community building cycle, I was so interested, and I keep remember all my thoughts around how each school are performing. So I heard you say about different approaches, like 20% on different approaches by building those kind of restorative practice. So I just want to look at on the aspect of different schools, because I know those restorative practice is moving a good behavior and good cultural climate that we're looking for. So what we have done here, that kind of representation, if we have any ways, then we have some evaluation coming from each school, the way they've been using the best practice as a quality-wise.
Let's get all your questions. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have other questions besides that?
No, this is
Vice Chair Bondo. Any other questions from folks? My question is, I think it was last spring, we talked about setting some goals around restorative practices, and that most people were going to start to use circles, or, and we saw kind of in the data of implementation that we saw some schools were, really running with it, and other schools hadn't really been integrating the practices. And I'm just curious if you could more specifically speak to like what the implementation landscape is looking like right now around restorative practices. Have we seen like general implementation go up across the district? Has some of that like disparity evened out? Just because I think as we're looking to disciplinary data, like I want to understand if we're really helping them develop other tools to use besides traditional discipline.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, I think you're ready to respond.
Yeah, I'll give a little bit and then can invite the team to kind of build upon. I mean, what I'll say, for this year, we incorporated, and I'll invite them to kind of give some more specific examples, kind of implementation around circles in particular into the kind of TFI process so that we are doing it kind of comprehensively. So that data is kind of embedded in, in that TFI data. So what we see where 2 out of the 3 middle schools have surpassed that 70% mark, that's not the only thing driving that, right? And I wouldn't want to say that the one school that's not, that's not a place, that's a place where circles are happening, right? The TFI is like, kind of an assessment of some of the practices, the data use, and kind of some of the team structure, how they're engaging. So within the practices, that's where we look at the use of circles. So, and at the high school level, only 1 of 3 has surpassed that mark. Again, so I think trying to combine both these questions, right? We do see some progress in terms of implementation. It's not, there's more work to go, right, around that for sure. And I think there are other examples of where we're starting to see the capacity grow around restorative practices. Again, it was this bullet on one of the slides. We had really strong representation. Chris in particular has led kind of this partnership with the community-based groups as kind of a key partner, the Partners for Thriving Youth work, where we've been able to kind of bring in some, very explicit training of capacity building. So we were super strongly represented in a January training. We have this training of trainers coming. And so things that we're seeing that are starting to kind of move the needle a little bit are house teams kind of taking that next step and kind of taking ownership of their relationships with kids and them utilizing practices like restorative chats as a team to kind of collaborate with students where there are issues, kind of ongoing issues that they're struggling with as a team, ongoing, either conflict or disruptive behavior, things of that nature, so that they can work on the relationship themselves, right, with the teachers and the student, maybe involving a parent, right? But just really focusing in that way. So that's an evolution where we're seeing greater ownership of that practice happening kind of at the classroom level or building or team level by groups of teachers. So that's another example of where we're starting to see some of that practice grow. I don't know if other anecdotes or thoughts you would share about how we're assessing. In particular, I don't know if from the circle piece, kind of the role of TFI. And talking about other measures of assessment, our 2 of our high schools were visited by Spring Point. An organization works with these schools, and some of their reports actually talked about how for Casco Bay and Deering that they visited already, and they will visit Portland High in April. But they talked about how the school environment and the adults and students' relationship and the community building was very strong in our schools. So we have the report. I can share with you the report that they authored after they visited our schools.
Just Dr. Ahmed reminded me. So when we did the TFI walkthroughs, the questions that we added were asking both students, have you been in a circle in your classroom? But we also asked the adults, we also asked staff, have you been in a circle in a staff meeting? And so that's where when we're talking about systems, right, as the things that support staff, and practices are the things that support students. So we were looking for both of those. Are the adults doing it, and are the students doing it?
Great. And I actually just had one other question I forgot to bring up, which was around high school chronic absenteeism. The board did look at that data, and I find it really alarming, the rates that our high schoolers are chronically absent. And I was just wondering if you could provide a little bit more information. You probably don't have exact, answers, but just observations about why that number might be high and things that we're doing besides working with Count Me In to address that. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Yes, and when I look at the key result here, I just wonder the accuracy of those percentage, because I see the fall 53 and nothing on the winter, and we have June. So I don't know if the June is the target, is something that we are projecting, because we're still in March. But I see we have 90% here in June. So that's a projection.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to achieve when
That's what we try to achieve. Okay.
Yep. The TFI is just done fall and spring, so the next round of TFI assessments will happen after spring break.
Because it should be, because I saw some other the the key here, we have the target, but it was no target on maybe we need to add that one for better understanding that's why we're going. And also, just emphasizing what Chair just mentioned. So the thing is so alarming for me when I see the middle school and also the high school. So that's exactly when I keep asking about the breakdown, different grade level and schools. If we can possible next time to have that one adding on that, it's going to be so helpful for us as a board to understand exactly what we're talking about at each school. Breakdown, so we understand by school and by level. That'd be really appreciate.
And I mean, I'm happy to take offline clarifications. We provided a bunch of data, particularly on the discipline stuff that reported out at the school level and a number of those breakdowns. So if there's further things that weren't in the data that we provided for the meeting around that, happy to try and work those up and get those to you.
Thank you.
I mean, I think the chronic absence thing is a real, I mean, obviously it's set in this context that this is across all high schools. I mean, I go back to, some of the root causes and, particularly as we, our engagement that we did in, kind of winter 2022 with our Latinx families around what some of the kind of major issues were. And that was, access to work and the need to work, the, kind of building community and connection for those students within our buildings. And so I think those are still the primary drivers, right? Of like, what's the relevance of high school? And we've just seen that magnified since the kind of disassociation from school during the pandemic, right? And, exacerbating trends that maybe were there. So, we've taken some steps, in terms of addressing some of those things. We built out a specific, English learner or multilingual learner, as we'll talk about in just a minute, support model here at Paths to be able to provide kind of more relevant career training opportunities for students who have that interest. That's been an effort, right? Certainly needs to scale up, right? We're not touching as many kids as is needed there, and there's still challenges with flexibility and access, right? So those are things more broadly that are on the table that we think about in the context of broader high school design. Spoke about tonight, work that's really accelerated over the past couple years around supporting particularly our unaccompanied youth and their transition in and their connection to school and then their planning as they move on, right? And then, the affinity group work of trying to find spaces to be able to have students make and feel connection. So those have been efforts that have been, underway. And the schools all have, and you heard a little bit from Dr. Ahmed, efforts, right? I think what we're grappling with is the scale of the problem, right, is not consistent with the kind of historical efforts to address it, right? Many of the issues and kind of strategies are focused at an individual kid level, and the scale, right, does not make that possible at this point. So that's part of the kind of engagement with Count Me In, to just step fully back and kind of redesign those structures. Jessica Anderson is now the lead for Count Me In. Count Me In's an organization that's been around the state for a long time. We're fortunate that their support comes through, funded by the United Way. And so we did a training for all administrators recently, just around fundamentals around like how we're thinking about attendance, right? We've kind of got the mantra of like attendance is the biggest behavior issue at high school, right? Is really the issue. And so how do we treat it as such? And that's where it really feels like it's been a nice blend to help like accelerate the capacity around the systems and really develop that tiered intervention model. So I think that's part. So in addition to the individual, I mean, folks are working tirelessly. There's, the grade level teams and they're talking about individual kids, but trying to problem solve at that level. And that's where we're at a mismatch right now. And so that's been part of our diagnosis around the role that Count Me In can help us play to accelerate those efforts, particularly, I mean, in each component, but particularly in developing that notion of that tiered intervention model around attendance so that we can be, maximize the efforts to target kind of groups of students to try and engage them. So
That's really helpful to understand. Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you all very much for staying so late and giving us great information. Much appreciated. We're going to keep moving. So we have report of the secretary up next. Yeah.
Chair, I think we have the report of the foundation.
Oh, of course. Come on up, Andy. I didn't have it in my notes. That's why I didn't see it in reflection, Andy.
Thanks.
Erin is going to do the slides. Super. I will try to go as quick as possible.
And I'm going to ask that we just not ask any questions. We can follow up with Andy in additional conversations if needed.
Perfect. Great. You can go ahead. Boom. So just the first thing is to save the date, please, for May 15th for Spring for Teachers. We're going to start our campaign in earnest soon of showing kind of teachers' pets, teachers and their pets, and funding for teachers' pet projects. So you may see Joanna Frankel, who just spoke up there with her her lovely lizard, and who just passed away. Sorry, I'm not being quick though. And then the event this year will include Distinguished Alumni Awards. We'll be recognizing an alum from each of Portland, Deering, and Casco Bay. We hope next year to include Portland Adult Ed as well, but we didn't do that this year yet. Next. We're also about to launch our summer innovation planning grants. So this will be year 3 after a many-year gap, where we will have funding for any staff, teachers or other staff, to work individually or collaboratively over the summer on planning or collaborative projects. So applications will become available on April 1st. We've budgeted $20,000 to pay staff for that summer work, and we would love to invite a member of the school board to be on their review committee, so consider yourselves invited. Thanks. I know that Representative Bondo always asks, so I threw in an update on the Families in Crisis program. So we have, as I believe you know, scaled back this year to a budget of $5,000 a month, in part because the federal McKinney-Vento Act includes a pilot project to Maine around avoiding student homelessness. So we've been able to slightly decrease this program. So thus far this year, this school year until March 1st, we've expended $41,000 to benefit families. And this was 93 separate payments with an average of $442 each that benefited 240 unique individuals, 116 of whom are Portland Public School students. The others are members of their family or households. And so you can see in that graphic the breakdown of what those costs were. I did reference, I believe, at our last meeting and sent it in an email that we received an incredibly generous request from an alum of Deering who passed away over the summer, Gina Stivoletti, who worked at Unum for many, many years, left $271,000 to benefit STEM programming in the Portland Public Schools. So we have some tentative plans of how to use that money, and one is continued support of the mobile makerspace for next year to keep that program running. Purchase of STEM curriculum materials and supplies, as we've always done. We plan to launch a STEM Extended Learning Opportunity Fund for all of the schools for costs like Odyssey of the Mind or the Science Olympiad and things that we often get requests for and have been unable to pay outside of our teacher grant programs. So we want to create a specific fund for STEM opportunities that are kind of, they can start in the classroom but go beyond the classroom. And then today, a last minute addition to this is, I believe we're going to purchase solar eclipse glasses for all of the students in the district. So there's that as well. Next. We also just found out that we received a $220,000 grant from the Maine Department of Education through their Maine Outdoor Learning Initiative, which is referred to as MOLLI. And so these are the end of the COVID funds that are meant for outdoor learning. It was a very competitive process around the state. Many school districts and community partners that do nature-based learning applied, and we decided to apply on behalf. It only is meant to serve students in grades 6 through 12. So we coordinated all of the schools in the district that had interest, and we received funding for equipment for PATH's new outdoor education and leadership program, which is a new CTE program launching next year. Money for Casco Bay's junior journey and sophomore solo programming this spring, and then money to expand middle school programming with Ripple Effect this spring as well. All of the funds have to be used between like this week and the end of the summer. So it's a very, very short window, but we were approved for the full amount. So that was fabulous. And then I just, per our custom, we list our donations. So these are winter donations, I believe from December 20th until about 2 weeks ago when I prepared this. We received $309,000 from individuals, but that did include the 270 from the one individual. And then next. And then these are our donations from businesses and foundation grants that are, again, winter donations. And the Department of Education funds we don't have in hand. It's a reimbursement model like ESSERF was, but that is pledged to us. So that number was included. And I think I'm done. Quick.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and we will reach out with any questions, Andy. And now we're going to go to the report of the secretary. Consideration and action to approve the meeting minutes of March 5th, 2024. Any corrections from the board? Let me just double check Zoom. Okay. Then I don't see any, so the minutes are approved as distributed. We have consent items, Deputy Superintendent.
Always. All right. I lost all my language. Sorry. So per policy KCD, the board is required to formally accept gifts or bequests of a durable nature, substantial value, or historic and commemorative significance. Our practice is to recognize each of these gracious individuals or organizations at a board meeting, and we provide them with a thank you note for their gift and for their tax purposes. So tonight we want to recognize the Stevens Avenue UCC Church of Portland, who donated snacks for the students of Gerald E. Talbot Community School.
Great. Thank you for that. And now we're going to move to new business.
And I'll speak to just this first motion. So tonight we just have a first read of some non-substantive changes to policy IHBEA. So really this is to update language to be consistent with kind of state guidance around, referencing, from referencing our students who are learning more than one language as multilingual learners, to recognize the kind of multitude of assets that they bring to the table as opposed to just English learners. So the policy really is just reflects those changes. In the policy committee, we also had time to kind of dive into the LAU plan because it references the LAU plan is really what it was. This had significant revision back in 2020 when the LAU plan was updated and revised. Given the timing, we didn't feel like it made sense to do a workshop this evening on the LAU plan. So that'll get scheduled at a later date when we have time to dig in and just build full understanding. But it was a good discussion to build understanding for some of the board around the LAU plan and what it implies. And so we're not doing a workshop on this because it really is just kind of a non-substantive change around language that we feel we are appreciative of to kind of reflect. So.
Great. So this will be up for a vote on the 2nd. Beautiful. Any questions while it's here? No? I have one that I can follow up with you about. Board Member Billio?
This was just a process question. Did we have to approve the meeting minutes?
We did.
Okay.
We did a consent. We did a consent. You didn't have to vote.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, approved when there's no changes.
Okay.
And did you have I saw you going for your microphone. Did you have a question?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So then I'm going to move us to the sabbatical request. Hello.
Just first read on this. We'll do second read in April. So I can probably answer more of the process related questions. This went through the academic team process and was approved for next year, a half-year sabbatical for Rosalie Lamb, who is a longtime educator at Portland High School. You have all the materials to review between now and then, and we've invited Ms. Lamb to join us in April, as well as Jessie Robinson to speak to the sabbatical approval process.
Awesome. I would just encourage the board to make sure you read her proposal. It's pretty cool. Yes.
What we don't have is the rubric, and we usually get to review the rubric. So we're able to see,
Okay.
to see, to see the criteria and how it fits in. So if we can,
I can include that in Friday's updates. from
awesome, thank you.
Superintendent Callan.
That's a great solution. Okay, beautiful. So while you're here, let's do some personnel.
So I just stayed here.
Up first, we've got consideration and action to approve election of teacher candidates probationary.
You have 2 this evening.
Okay. Is there any way we can change this process? It feels so silly sometimes. Anyway, let's just take the vote. Is there a motion? I saw Board Member Figdor, second by Board Member Bryden. No public comment on personnel items. Any questions from the board?
Do we still have a quorum if I don't vote? Just want to make sure.
1, 2. Yeah. Oh, we got
making sure.
a lot of quorum
If they're
tonight.
still- I didn't know
Thank
if folks are still online.
you. Yeah. Thank you for checking. Any questions? None? Okay. So let's roll call.
Member Ali,
Yes.
Member Billiou,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo,
Yes.
Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Figdor,
Yes.
Member Grant,
Abstain.
Member Noor,
Yes.
Member Opperman,
Yes.
and Chair Lentz.
Yes, so the motion passes with Board Member Grant abstaining. Next, we have the consideration and action to approve personnel items for the election of teacher candidates for 1 year only.
Just 1 for your approval this evening.
Beautiful. Do I have a motion to approve this? Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Bondo. No public comment. Any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, let's take a roll call.
Member Ali,
Yes.
Member Billiou,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo,
Yes.
Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Figdor,
Yes.
Member Grant,
Abstain.
Member Noor,
Yes.
Member Opperman,
Yes.
Chair Lentz.
Yes, so the motion passes with Board Member Grant abstaining. All right, I move to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Opperman. All in favor? All right, we are adjourned at 10:52 PM.